By the summer of 1943, the Eastern Front had stopped moving cleanly. It didn't surge forward anymore. It jammed, stalled, and then ground itself down in place. At the center of that pressure sat a bulge in the Soviet lines near Kursk, a protrusion roughly 150 miles wide and nearly 100 miles deep. On a map, it looked like an invitation. For Adolf Hitler, it became a calculation. Pinch the bulge from north and south, trap Soviet forces, and force the front to bend back under German control. The operation carried a name, Operation Citadel, but names don't show friction. They don't show how systems begin to fracture before they even move. The Germans assembled around 900,000 men, supported by roughly 2,700 tanks and assault guns. Among them were newer machines, the Panther tank and Tiger I, with armor up to 4 inches thick in places and guns designed to punch through Soviet defenses at distances exceeding 1,000 meters. On paper, it looked like regained advantage, but machines don't exist on paper. Panthers broke down before reaching the line, engines overheating, transmissions failing under their own weight. Even before the first engagement, mechanical attrition had already begun to erode the offensive. Facing them, the Soviet Union didn't wait passively. Under commanders like Georgy Zhukov, defenses were built in depth, layer after layer, stretching miles behind the front. Over 300,000 civilians and soldiers dug trenches, laid more than 1 million mines, and positioned anti-tank guns in overlapping arcs. It wasn't a single line to break. It was a sequence of barriers designed to stall, fracture, and bleed any advance that tried to push through. Soviet forces massed approximately 1,900,000 troops and over 5,000 tanks, held not just at the front, but in reserve, waiting for the moment the German advance would lose cohesion. When the attack finally began on July 5th, 1943, it didn't erupt. It pressed forward under resistance that had already been calculated. German artillery fired first, but Soviet forces had anticipated the timing and struck preemptively in some sectors, disrupting assembly areas. Then the tanks moved. Steel columns advanced into minefields that detonated beneath tracks, halting vehicles and forcing crews to dismount under fire to clear paths. Each delay compounded. Each stalled tank became an obstacle for the one behind it. Inside a tank, the experience narrowed brutally. The interior temperature climbed past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The air thickened with fumes from the engine and the gun. Every shot sent a concussion through the hull, metal plates vibrating, bolts straining. Vision came through narrow slits or periscopes smeared with dust. Outside, the battlefield stretched wide. Inside, it collapsed into a confined space where reaction time measured survival. A second too slow, and armor fractured under impact. I remember tracing one particular engagement again and again. The way reports described distances shrinking from 1,000 meters to 500, then to less than 100. At that range, identification replaced guesswork. Crews could see the outline of opposing tanks clearly, could track turret rotation, could anticipate the next shot. Reading those accounts, I kept thinking how quickly abstraction disappears. Numbers stop meaning anything when another machine fills your entire field of view. The northern pincer stalled first. German forces struggled to break through dense defenses, losing momentum as casualties and mechanical failures accumulated. The southern advance pushed deeper, driving toward a small rail junction near Prokhorovka. There, on July 12th, one of the most concentrated armored clashes took place. Around 800 Soviet tanks surged forward against roughly 300 German vehicles. The distance collapsed almost immediately. Long-range advantages vanished. Tanks collided at close quarters, ramming, firing at point-blank range, maneuvering in dust and smoke so thick that visibility dropped to seconds at a time. The fighting didn't produce a clean breakthrough. It fractured both sides, but the Soviets absorbed the impact and held. At the same time, German forces could no longer sustain the offensive. Losses in tanks, combined with pressure from other fronts, forced a halt. Within days, the initiative shifted. Soviet counteroffensives began to push westward, and the Eastern Front would not return to German control again. Step back, and the scale resolves into numbers. Over 2 million soldiers engaged, more than 6,000 tanks and thousands of aircraft operating above them. It stands as the largest tank battle in history, not because of a single clash, but because of the accumulation of engagements that collided across a wide front. But narrow your focus again, and it returns to fragments. A loader struggling to lift a shell in suffocating heat, a commander wiping dust from a periscope, a driver waiting for an order that comes a fraction too late. If you let yourself settle into it now, the noise begins to thin. The engines quiet. The ground stops shaking. You don't need to carry the entire battlefield with you, just the outline of it, the sense of pressure building and then breaking. There's more beneath this surface, the decisions that delayed the attack, the intelligence that exposed German plans, the aftermath that pushed the war westward. But that can wait. For now, let the weight of it drift just enough for rest to find you. Imagine the fields around Kursk long after the battle, still, silent, holding the imprint of everything that collided there. This is the entire history of the Battle of Kursk. Chapter 1. The Weight of the Salient. The 31st of January, 1943. Somewhere inside the sprawling command apparatus of Army Group Center, a junior staff officer is doing the most mundane thing imaginable. He is updating a map. The room smells of tobacco and damp wool, and the particular staleness of air that hasn't moved since the heating failed sometime around midnight. Outside, it is roughly -15 degrees Celsius across the steppe. Not the extreme cold of deep winter, but the lingering, grinding cold of a Russian winter that simply refuses to end. On the table in front of him, a large format situation map covers the Eastern Front from the Baltic coast down through the Ukraine. Most of it he doesn't need to touch. Most of it is, at least for now, stable. But there is one section, a broad, irregular bulge pushing westward into German-held territory, that requires his attention. He picks up a blue grease pencil. He begins to redraw the line. The reason he is redrawing it is the reason everything in this story exists. That morning, in the ruins of a city roughly 800 kilometers to the southeast, Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus had formally surrendered what remained of the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad. More than 90,000 soldiers went into Soviet captivity that day. The Sixth Army, the army that had been promised victory before Christmas of 1942, the army that had been told the Luftwaffe would supply it indefinitely by air, the army that had bled itself white fighting for a city block by block, was gone. And the front line, which had bent and twisted to accommodate Germany's great southern gamble, now had to be redrawn to reflect a new reality. A reality that included, prominently, a very large Soviet-held bulge centered on the city of Kursk. The staff officer draws his line. He underlines the word Feindkräfte, enemy forces, in the Kursk area, perhaps twice. The pressure on the pencil is uneven, as if his hand wasn't entirely steady. That anxious line, made in a cold room by a man whose name we don't know, is where this story begins. What the staff officer couldn't have known, what almost nobody on either side fully understood in those first weeks of February 1943, was that the shape of that bulge was not the accidental residue of a German defeat. It was the geometric consequence of two armies simultaneously overreaching. The Soviets, flushed with the momentum of Stalingrad, had driven their armored spearheads far to the west in operations codenamed Gallop and Star, probing deep into German-held Ukraine in early February. These operations had genuine initial success, and for a brief, heady period, it looked as if the entire German southern flank might unravel. But Soviet supply lines, stretched thin across frozen steppe, dependent on horses and trucks and rail lines that were all being pushed beyond their capacity, couldn't sustain the advance. The spearheads began to run dry, and Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, commanding Army Group South, saw the opportunity. What Manstein executed in February and March of 1943 is still studied in staff colleges as a model of elastic defense turned into elastic attack. He allowed the overextended Soviet columns to push forward, let them exhaust themselves, then struck the exposed flanks with concentrated armor. By mid-March, German forces had recaptured Kharkov, the fourth largest city in the Soviet Union, and a prize lost earlier in the winter. And the front line had restabilized. The salient around Kursk hadn't been deliberately created by anyone. It had crystallized out of the fluid violence of a winter campaign, like a geological formation shaped by forces that nobody was entirely in control of. And now it sat there on every map, on both sides of the front, a westward bulging pocket of Soviet-held territory, roughly 250 kilometers wide and 160 kilometers deep, roughly the size of Switzerland. The shape of the next 6 months of the war. I've spent a considerable amount of time looking at the maps from this period, and what strikes me every time is the almost mathematical inevitability of what followed. When you look at the Salient from the German side, you see two German-held bulges, one at Orel to the north and one at Kharkov to the south, that essentially flank the Kursk pocket on both sides. The geometry practically draws itself. An attack from both flanks, converging behind Kursk, would cut off and destroy whatever Soviet forces were inside the pocket. The plan almost writes itself on the map before anyone has sat down to write it. Operational Order Number 5, signed by Hitler on the 13th of March, 1943, put it in formal language. The Kursk salient was the priority target for summer operations. The offensive would be called Operation Citadel. The timing, it said, would be determined by the availability of forces. That last clause, the availability of forces, would prove to be the hinge on which everything turned. What the German operational planners were not fully confronting in those early spring discussions was the question of what the other side was doing. And the answer to that question was extraordinary. By early April, Soviet General Georgy Zhukov, arguably the most capable commander of the entire war on either side, had sent a memorandum directly to Stalin. The gist of it was this: the Germans are going to attack the Kursk salient. We know they're going to attack it because the geometry demands it. Therefore, we should not attack first. We should let them come. We should build a defensive system so deep, so lethal, and so thoroughly engineered that the German offensive bleeds itself to death inside it, and then we counterattack into a broken enemy. Stalin, according to Zhukov's own later account, didn't like the idea initially. Standing on the defensive felt passive, felt like waiting, felt like repeating the catastrophic passivity of 1941. It took Zhukov, along with Marshal Vasilevsky and General Antonov, to convince him. But convince him they did. And from that moment forward, The Soviet Union was not simply defending against a German offensive that hadn't happened yet. It was building a trap. The physical scale of what Soviet engineers, soldiers, and conscripted civilians built in the Kursk salient between April and June of 1943 is something that doesn't get the attention it deserves. We talk about the tanks. We always talk about the tanks. But the Battle of Kursk was won, in a very real sense, by people with shovels. 8 separate defensive lines, extending roughly 300 kilometers in depth from the front edge of the salient to the rear. Approximately 2,600 kilometers of trenches. If you laid them end to end, they'd cross the continental United States from coast to coast. Anti-tank gun densities in key sectors reaching 33 weapons per kilometer of front. And mines. More mines than had been laid in any single defensive preparation in the history of warfare, before or since. The exact figures are staggering. At least 503,000 anti-tank mines and 439,000 anti-personnel mines, according to post-war Soviet engineering reports. The work was performed by military engineers, by rifle infantry, rotated through labor duty, and, this is the detail that stays with me, by civilian conscript labor, including women and teenagers from collective farms across the region who carried fence posts and coils of wire and crates of mines on their shoulders to the front. A photograph in the Russian State Military Archive shows a column of women in headscarves walking single file toward a tree line, each carrying a wooden post. One of them is looking directly at the camera. She doesn't look afraid. She looks tired. To understand what followed, the battles, the machinery, the decisions, you have to keep that woman in the frame. You have to remember that the fortress the German army drove into in July of 1943 had been built in substantial part by people who weren't soldiers, by farmers and factory workers and teenagers who dug and carried and laid mines in the dark for 3 months, because the alternative was what had happened in 1941, what had happened to their country when it wasn't ready. The Kursk defensive system was not simply a military achievement. It was an act of collective, exhausted, determined will on a continental scale. And it is the foundation on which everything else in this story rests. The grease pencil line on the January map is now being drawn in iron and explosives across 300 kilometers of Russian earth. The staff officer in his cold room, redrawing the front after Stalingrad's fall, had no way of knowing that the line he was marking would become, over the next 6 months, the most heavily mined, most deeply fortified, the most thoroughly prepared killing ground in history. Nobody on either side could have fully anticipated the scale of what was coming. But the geometry was already there, on the map, in blue grease pencil, underlined twice. What happened next was, in some sense, always going to happen. The question was only how it would end. Chapter 2. The Architecture of Waiting, Germany Plans. The 3rd of April, 1943. A typewritten memorandum, 3 pages long, is making its way through the upper corridors of German Army High Command. It is stamped in red ink, Geheime Kommandosache, secret command matter, the highest classification in the Wehrmacht system. The subject is a proposed postponement of Operation Citadel. The man who authored it is General Walter Model, commanding the German Ninth Army, the force designated to execute the northern half of the Citadel pincer. And the argument Model is making, supported by aerial reconnaissance photographs spread across the conference tables of 3 separate headquarters, is simple, direct, and ultimately unanswerable. The Soviets, he says, are fortifying the salient faster than Germany is preparing to attack it. Every week that passes, the defensive depth increases. Every week of delay makes the objective harder to take. His conclusion from this analysis is that the attack needs more time. More Panthers, more Tigers, more preparation. The word Verschiebung, postponement, appears twice in the document. Someone has underlined it in pencil. It is the first of 6 postponements. 6 times, between April and July of 1943, Operation Citadel will be delayed. And each delay will make Model's original observation more accurate. The historians who've written about the Citadel postponements, and there are many, from David Glantz's meticulous operational analyses to Stephen Newton's edited German command testimony, tend to identify Hitler's technology obsession as the primary driver of the delays. That's not entirely wrong. Hitler was genuinely, almost pathologically, fixated on the Panther tank and the Tiger heavy tank as the weapons that would make Citadel succeed. He wanted more of them at the front before the attack went in. But when I cross-reference Model's April memorandum with the Ninth Army's own supply and readiness records from the same period, what I find is something more structurally uncomfortable than Hitler's eccentricity. The German military machine, by spring of 1943, was running on ambition rather than capacity. The reserves of armor, fuel, and trained manpower that had powered the great offensives of 1941 and 1942 were gone. What Germany was assembling for Citadel represented not a surplus of power, but the scraping together of every available armored asset on the entire Eastern Front. There was nothing left in reserve. Citadel was not a stroke of strength. It was a gamble made with the last chips on the table. The conference at Munich on the 4th of May brought the senior commanders together in one room, and what emerged from it was less a unified command decision than a collision of incompatible anxieties. Manstein wanted to attack as soon as possible. Not because he thought the attack was brilliant. There is evidence in his own operational diary that he harbored serious reservations about the entire concept, but because he understood viscerally that delay only made the Soviet defenses stronger, and that an attack in late spring against an incompletely prepared defense was preferable to an attack in summer against one that had 3 more months of engineering work behind it. General Heinz Guderian, who commanded Germany's panzer forces, raised objections of a different kind. The new Panther tank, he argued, had not been adequately tested. Its transmission was unreliable under sustained operational load. Its engine had a known tendency toward fuel system fires in hot conditions. Deploying it in a major offensive before these problems were resolved, Guderian said, was asking for operational catastrophe. The OKH War Diary records his concerns. His post-war memoir, Panzer Leader, sharpens those concerns into a categorical prediction of failure. But the diary entry from May of 43 is more equivocal than his retrospective account suggests. I don't think Guderian is lying exactly. I think he is, like most memoir writers, editing his past self to sound more prescient than he actually was. Hitler's decision to delay Citadel to include more Panthers is, in retrospect, one of the stranger command decisions of the war, because it contains within it a logical contradiction that nobody at the Munich conference appears to have named aloud. If delay was dangerous, and Model had just argued that every week of delay made the Soviet defenses stronger, then delaying in order to receive a weapon whose reliability was questionable was not a solution to the dilemma. It was a way of avoiding the dilemma by substituting a technology problem for a strategy problem. This is the characteristic pattern of German high command in the middle and late war. When the strategic situation became genuinely insoluble, reach for a technical solution. The Panther was not the answer to the Kursk problem. It was a way of not thinking about the Kursk problem, and it cost Germany approximately 3 months of additional Soviet defensive preparation. The Panthers that eventually arrived at the front were transported by rail from German factories to assembly areas in Ukraine, in a logistics operation that consumed more than 60 heavy special transport trains between late May and early June. Each of these trains carried between 3 and 5 Panthers on reinforced flat cars. The vehicles weighed approximately 44.8 metric tons each, and standard German military flat cars had a 30-ton weight limit, requiring specially reinforced rolling stock that was in perpetual short supply. The railway network feeding into Ukraine was being systematically disrupted by Soviet partisan sabotage at this period, a fact that the German Transport Command's own records acknowledge, somewhat dryly, as a source of significant scheduling difficulty. 2 of the 6 Citadel postponements can be traced, at least in part, to late Panther deliveries caused by disrupted rail schedules. The weapon that was supposed to make Citadel succeed was arriving late because the partisans of the country it was supposed to defeat were blowing up the railway lines it was traveling on. There is something almost literary about that irony, except that it was entirely real. By early June, the Panther deliveries were largely complete, and the readiness figures were, to put it diplomatically, not encouraging. A readiness report for Panzerabteilung 52, the Panther battalion attached to Army Group South, dated the 3rd of July, 2 days before the attack. Records that of the unit's 96 Panthers, 58 were classified as combat ready. Next to 12 entries in the report, a clerk has written the word Motorschaden, engine failure. 8 more are listed as transmission problems. The remaining 18 are listed as under repair for issues arising from railway transport. Not one of these non-operational vehicles had been damaged by enemy action. The enemy had not yet fired a single shot. This is what German armoured power looked like in the summer of 1943. A force that was hemorrhaging serviceability before it left its assembly areas quietly in its own motor pools in the summer heat of Ukraine. When I was going through the technical specifications of the Panther's drivetrain problems, I found myself spending an unexpectedly long time with the mechanical engineering of the ZFAK 7200 gearbox. It's an obscure rabbit hole, I'll admit, but the detail matters. The transmission had been designed for a tank with a target combat weight of around 35 tons. By the time the Panther went into production, armor upgrades had pushed the actual combat weight to 44.8 tons, nearly 10 tons heavier than the transmission had been designed to handle. Under sustained load, particularly the long road marches of an advancing offensive in summer heat, the output shaft bearings would fail. When they failed catastrophically. Metal fragments circulating through the lubrication system, gear teeth shattering, the entire gearbox seizing. Repairing a seized Panther transmission required removing the engine deck, lifting the power pack with a 20-ton crane, and replacing the entire gearbox assembly. A minimum of 36 hours of workshop time under ideal conditions. Ideal conditions didn't exist at the front. What you had instead was a technically sophisticated weapon that nobody had quite finished designing, deployed into the most intense armoured engagement in history, and breaking down at a rate that the Army's own readiness reports record, with the bureaucratic equanimity of people who have accepted catastrophe. The Luftwaffe reconnaissance summaries from late June of 1943 are, in a certain light, the most honest documents in the entire German pre-battle archive. They don't have a command agenda. They're just reporting what the cameras saw. And what the cameras saw across the Kursk salient was a defensive system that had grown week by week into something that had no precedent in German operational experience. 8 separate defensive lines, gun positions staggered in depth, anti-tank ditches, wire entanglements, mine belts, lots of mine belts, visible as disturbed soil patterns from altitude. A Luftwaffe liaison officer, reviewing one of these reconnaissance summaries in late June, appended a handwritten note to the document. It reads, in translation, "If this is accurate, we are attacking a fortress, not a front." The note was not actioned. Citadel was confirmed for the 5th of July. It fascinates me, reading through the German command record for those 3 months, how clearly the evidence of impending catastrophe is visible in the documents, and how thoroughly the command culture prevented that evidence from producing any change in the fundamental decision. Model's April memo, Guderian's May objections, the Luftwaffe's June reconnaissance, the readiness reports showing Panthers breaking down before the battle started. All of it is there, she in the files, available to anyone who wanted to read it. But Hitler's Operational Order No. 6, issued in April, had framed Citadel not as an operational problem to be solved, but as a political statement to be made. The offensive, the order said, must serve as a beacon in the original German Leuchtfeuer, visible to the world, demonstrating German resolve. When a military operation is redefined as a propaganda statement, the evidence about whether it will work becomes irrelevant. You're no longer asking, can we win this battle? You're asking, can we afford not to be seen fighting it? The 6th postponement came at the end of June. The attack date was set, finally and irrevocably, for the 5th of July. In the preceding weeks, the German armoured divisions had moved into their assembly areas under strict radio silence and night movement disciplines, attempting to conceal from Soviet intelligence an operation that Soviet intelligence, as subsequent chapters will show, already knew about in considerable detail. The Panthers sat in their assembly areas, engines running for short periods each day, to prevent cold start problems in the summer heat, which is its own small absurdity. Roughly 2,700 tanks and assault guns, 9 armoured divisions on the northern pincer attacking toward Kursk from the Oral Bulge, 10 armoured divisions on the southern pincer attacking from the Kharkov area, more than 900,000 soldiers in total. The full striking weight of what remained of Germany's armoured power on the Eastern Front. She concentrated on a front of roughly 250 kilometers, aimed at a salient whose depths had been turned, over 3 months of grinding labor, into one of the most lethal defensive systems ever constructed. The architecture of waiting was complete, on both sides. Chapter 3. The Red Fortress, Soviet Preparation. Sometime in late May of 1943, a photograph was taken somewhere in the Kursk salient. The exact date isn't recorded on the image itself. The caption, typed on cardstock and attached to the back, reads simply, Civilian Labour Brigade, Kursk Sector, May 1943. Construction of secondary tank obstacle belt. The image shows a column of women in headscarves and plain work clothes, walking in single file along a dirt track toward a distant tree line. Each of them is carrying something, wooden posts, mostly, balanced across their shoulders, though some carry what appear to be coils of wire. They are not soldiers. They are collective farm workers, conscripted not to fight, but to build. The track they're walking on has been churned into mud by previous traffic, and is rutted deeply enough that each step requires deliberate effort. One of the women in the middle of the column has turned her head and is looking directly at the camera. Her expression is not what you might expect. She doesn't look afraid. She doesn't look defiant, particularly. She just looks tired. And she has a long way yet to walk. I keep coming back to that photograph because it contains something that the tank diagrams and the order of battle charts and the operational maps simply don't capture. The Battle of Kursk was a battle that was won before it was fought. And it was won not primarily by generals or by engineers or by industrial planners, though all of those contributed, but by people like the woman in the photograph. People who dug. 3 months of digging in the spring mud and summer dust of the Russian steppe, transforming an area the size of Switzerland from agricultural land into the most thoroughly fortified defensive system in history. When we talk about the Kursk defensive preparation, we tend to reach fairly quickly for aggregate statistics. And the aggregate statistics are genuinely astonishing. Roughly 2,600 kilometers of trenches, 8 defensive lines extending 300 kilometers in depth, more than 900,000 mines of various types, an anti-tank gun density, in some sectors, of 33 weapons per kilometer of front. But behind every kilometer of that trench is a specific person with a specific spade who dug it. The statistics are real. The labor that produced them was more real. The strategic decision that made all of this possible was made in April, in a memorandum from Marshal Zhukov to Stalin. The argument Zhukov made was essentially this: we know the German summer offensive will be aimed at the Kursk salient, because the geometry of the front makes it the only logical target for a major operation. Rather than launching our own offensive to disrupt theirs, we should prepare to receive the blow, absorb it, and then counterattack against a German army that has been bled down in our defensive system. Stalin was reportedly reluctant. His instinct, understandably, given the catastrophes of 1941 and 42, was to strike before being struck. But Zhukov, along with Marshal Vasilevsky and General Antonov, eventually persuaded him. The Stavka Directive issued in April authorized the defensive preparation of the Kursk salient on a scale that had no precedent. The plan was not merely to hold the line. It was to build a system so deep and so dense that the German offensive would exhaust itself inside it, leaving German armor broken and German reserves consumed. At which point, the Red Army would launch its own carefully prepared counteroffensives into the resulting vacuum. The engineering blueprint that Soviet planners produced for the salient's defense was a work of systematic, almost obsessive thoroughness. The fundamental concept came from pre-war Soviet military theory. The idea of defense in depth, in which the defender does not try to hold a single strong line, but instead builds multiple successive lines, each one capable of slowing and degrading an attacker who breaks through the one in front of it. What made Kursk different from previous applications of this doctrine was the scale and the density. 8 lines, extending 300 kilometers back from the front edge. The outermost line was built by the front line armies. The lines further back were built by second echelon formations, by civilian labor brigades, by entire corps of engineers working day and night shifts. The timber required to shore the walls and roofing of all those kilometers of trenches against collapse. The Russian spring is not kind to earthworks, was estimated at roughly 780,000 cubic meters of cut timber. That's equivalent to clearing a forest approximately 12 kilometers square. Every supply train carrying timber to the front was competing for rail capacity, with trains carrying ammunition, artillery shells, food, and fuel. The logistics of building a fortress while simultaneously equipping an army to fight from it was a coordination problem of genuine complexity. The anti-tank mine program deserves particular attention because it was the element of the Soviet defensive system that most directly shaped what the German armor experienced on the 5th of July and in the days that followed. Soviet engineers laid two primary types of mine in the Kursk salient. The first was the TM-41, a metallic mine containing roughly 2 1/3 kilograms of TNT, designed with a sensitivity calibrated to detonate under tracked vehicles while remaining inert under personnel. The second, and this is the one that caused German engineers the most sustained difficulty, was the TMDB, a wooden-cased mine containing approximately 5.9 kilograms of TNT. The wooden casing was the key. German combat engineers used magnetic detection equipment to locate mines. Magnetic detection equipment, by definition, requires a metallic signature. The TMDB had almost none. Detecting it required hand probing, pushing a metal rod into the earth at a 30-degree angle every 15 centimeters, feeling for the resistance of a buried object. Under safe, well-lit, unhurried conditions, a 2-man probe team could clear a 2-meter wide lane at roughly 1.5 meters per minute. Under enemy observation and fire, that rate dropped to approximately 1/3 of a meter per minute. The Soviets hadn't just laid mines. They'd laid mines specifically designed to defeat the tools their enemy would use to find them. The anti-tank strongpoint system that complemented the minefields was, in its own way, just as carefully thought through. Soviet anti-tank doctrine, by 1943, had evolved considerably from the defensive improvisations of 1941. The concept used at Kursk centered on what were called protivotankowie oporni punkty, anti-tank strongpoints, each consisting of a cluster of 4 to 6 anti-tank guns, typically the 76mm ZAIS 3 divisional gun, positioned to cover each other's flanks and rear. The principle was mutual support. No single gun in the cluster could be engaged in isolation, because engaging it would bring the others into action. These clusters were then connected by communication trenches and linked into a broader fire plan network. The result was not a defensive line, but a defensive system, a 3-dimensional web of interlocking fires in which every approach to every position was covered by at least 2 weapons simultaneously. To cross it without being channeled toward pre-registered killing grounds required information and timing and firepower in precise coordination. The German assault divisions that drove into this system on the 5th of July had some of those elements, not all of them. When I was going through the Soviet engineering reports from this period, cross-referencing the mine density figures with the actual terrain maps of the salient, I kept coming back to a specific detail that doesn't appear in most accounts of the Kursk preparation. The minefields weren't laid uniformly. The density varied deliberately. In the sectors that German operational planners would identify as the most likely approach corridors for armoured assault, the flanking areas were mined extremely heavily. The approach corridors themselves had lower mine density. This was not an oversight. It was an invitation. Soviet defensive planners wanted German tank commanders to find the corridors, to follow the path of least resistance, because those corridors led directly into pre-registered artillery kill zones, where the guns were already sighted, the ranges already calculated, the shell types already selected. The minefields weren't just obstacles. They were signposts pointing toward fire. The human texture of those 3 months of preparation is preserved, patchily, in a body of Soviet frontline journalism that rarely appears in Western accounts of Kursk. Military correspondents were embedded with some of the engineering units during the construction phase, and their dispatches, published at the time in newspapers like Krasnaya Zvezda, offer glimpses of the work that the operational records don't. One correspondent described watching an anti-tank mine-laying detail work through the night. Men moving in single file, crouching every few meters to place and arm a mine, covering it with earth, moving on. They worked in silence, he wrote, because the enemy was close enough to hear voices, and because there was nothing to say. The work said everything. Another dispatch described the physical reality of trench digging in the clay-heavy soil of the Salient. The way the spades came back up, carrying slabs of earth that weighed more than expected. The way the walls of the trench wept moisture in the spring warmth. The way the workers who weren't soldiers, the civilian brigades, the farm workers, the factory hands, kept pace with the infantry, because they understood, perhaps more viscerally than any soldier, what was at stake. It's worth pausing here to notice what the Soviet defensive preparation at Kursk represents in terms of its relationship to previous failures. In 1941, the Red Army had been shattered by German armoured offensives that moved so fast and so deep that Soviet command couldn't respond coherently. In 1942, despite a year of painful learning, Germany had again driven deep into Soviet territory, reaching the Volga at Stalingrad. What Zhukov and the Soviet General Staff were building in the Kursk salient was not just a defensive system. It was a calculated answer to the specific method of warfare that had nearly destroyed the Soviet Union twice in the previous 2 years. Every anti-tank gun cluster was a response to the lesson of 1941. Every deep defensive line was a response to the lesson that a single line, however strong, can be penetrated and bypassed. To every wooden mine was a response to the specific German detection technology that had been used to clear lanes through Soviet minefields in previous campaigns. The Red Fortress at Kursk was built from the detailed knowledge of how the previous battles had been lost. It was, in the most literal sense, a system engineered from defeat. By late June of 1943, the last of the 8 defensive lines had been completed or near completed. The steppe around Kursk, which had looked like farmland in March, now looked like nothing that had ever been farmed. The earth had been turned, wired, trenched, and mined across an area roughly the size of Switzerland. Somewhere under the surface of that earth, roughly 900,000 mines sat in their carefully arranged positions, waiting. Private Pyotr Kirichenko, a rifleman of the 6th Guards Army, described the feeling in a memoir published decades later. We had dug so much, he wrote, that we no longer felt we were on top of the earth. We were inside it. The earth was ours. It isn't a soldier's bravado. It's something quieter and more interesting than bravado. It's the voice of someone who had done an enormous amount of physical work and was, in some real sense, at home inside it. Let them come, Kirichenko was saying. We have made this ground our own. Chapter 4. Wunderwaffe, Steel, Myth, and the Tiger. The 3rd of July, 1943. 2 days before the German assault is scheduled to begin, a readiness report is making its way through the administrative machinery of Panzerabteilung 52, a Panther battalion positioned in assembly areas southwest of Kharkov. The document is routine, the kind of administrative form-filling that military bureaucracies generate continuously, and that historians later mine for the details that commanders didn't bother to include in their personal accounts. This particular form lists 96 Panther tanks by inventory number. The combat ready column shows 58 vehicles. The remainder are broken down by fault category. 12 are listed under Motorschaden, engine failure. 8 under Getriebe, transmission. 18 under a bureaucratic catch-all phrase that translates, roughly, as issues arising from railway transport. 0 of the non-operational vehicles have been damaged by enemy action. 0 have been fired upon. The enemy has not yet loaded a single round. The German wonder weapon program, as the eve of the most important German offensive since Barbarossa, is hemorrhaging serviceability in its own motor pools. Quietly, officially, in triplicate. The mythology of German armoured supremacy at Kursk is one of the most persistent distortions in popular military history, and I want to spend some time dismantling it. Not because the German tanks were bad, but because the gap between what they actually were and what they were claimed to be is itself one of the most important facts about the battle. Germany committed to Operation Citadel approximately 2,700 tanks and assault guns. Of these, 148 were Tiger I heavy tanks, the vehicles that had been featured most prominently in German propaganda, presented as the decisive qualitative answer to Soviet numerical superiority. 148 Tigers in a force of 2,700. That's roughly 5.5%. Another approximately 200 were Panthers, the new medium tank that Hitler had delayed the entire offensive to include. The remaining 89% of German armour at Kursk was Panzer III and Panzer IV medium tanks, Sturmgeschütz assault guns, and various self-propelled artillery platforms. The Panzer IV was a capable enough vehicle in 1943, but it was being consistently outgunned at longer ranges by the T-34. The Panzer III was approaching obsolescence. The much-discussed Wunderwaffe, the wonder weapon that propaganda promised would transform the battle, was present in the force to the extent of perhaps 13% of total armour. The other 87% was, at best, adequate. The Ferdinand, or Elephant, as it was later redesignated, represents the apex of German technical overreach at Kursk, and it deserves its own analysis. 90 of these vehicles were deployed on the northern front under General Model, attached to Schwere Panzerjägerregiment 656. On paper, the Ferdinand was extraordinary. At 65 metric tons, it was the heaviest armoured fighting vehicle committed by either side at Kursk. It mounted the 88mm Parquet 43 gun, a weapon capable of penetrating the armour of any Soviet tank in service at combat ranges. Its frontal armour, 200mm thick, was effectively impervious to every Soviet anti-tank gun currently deployed. It was, in the narrow technical category of tank versus tank long-range gunnery, the most capable weapon on the field, and it had no machine gun, not one, not a coaxial weapon, not a hull mount, nothing. The Ferdinand had been designed as a long-range tank destroyer, engaging enemy armour from distances where enemy infantry couldn't close with it. In the mine and gun defensive system of the Kursk salient, enemy infantry closed with it on day one. Soviet engineers and anti-tank teams discovered the absence of close defense weapons almost immediately. They began stalking Ferdinands with demolition charges and incendiary devices. Of the 90 deployed, 39 were knocked out in the first 5 days of the battle. The majority were not destroyed by Soviet guns or Soviet tanks. They were rendered combat ineffective by infantry, carrying materials that would be unremarkable in any civilian hardware store. The Tiger I's reputation at Kursk is more complicated, and the historical record here requires some careful handling of contradictory sources. The post-war mythology of Tiger invincibility, built largely on the memoirs of individual tank commanders and propagated through decades of popular history, presents the Tiger as a near unstoppable weapon that suffered only because it was committed in insufficient numbers. The unit war diaries tell a somewhat different story. Heavy Tank Battalion 503, one of the Tiger units deployed on the Southern Front, kept detailed records of vehicle losses and battlefield outcomes. Post-war analysis by armor historian Thomas Jentz, working from German primary sources, concluded that total Tiger I irrecoverable losses during Citadel numbered approximately 10 vehicles from all units combined, 10 out of 148 deployed. This is a remarkably low attrition rate by any measure, but it coexists with a significant problem, which is that the Soviet after-action reports from the same engagements claim destroying hundreds of Tigers. The discrepancy between German documentation and Soviet kill claims is so large, not a factor of 2 or 3, but potentially a factor of 20 or more, that it can't be explained by honest disagreement about borderline cases. Soviet unit commanders were systematically inflating their claims. The reasons aren't mysterious. Inflated kill counts justified heavy losses in the formal reporting system and qualified units and individuals for decorations. But the result was that the mythological Tiger, the vehicle that Soviet reports described destroying by the score, bears very little resemblance to the actual Tiger, of which 10 were lost in total. Both myths, the German myth of invincibility and the Soviet myth of mass destruction, were built on the same actual vehicles. They just built different fantasies out of the same steel. The Panther's engine fire problem on the first night of Citadel is, to me, one of the more revealing vignettes in the entire German technical story at Kursk. Multiple Panthers in various units suffered catastrophic fuel system fires during the advance on the evening and night of the 5th and 6th of July. The Maybach HL-230 engine drew fuel through carburetors positioned adjacent to hot exhaust manifolds. The shielding between carburetor and manifold was inadequate, a design issue that had been flagged in pre-production testing, but not resolved before the vehicles were sent to the front. In the heat of the Ukrainian summer, fuel vapor from any slight leak in the fuel system would encounter the hot manifold surface and ignite. At least 16 Panthers burned on that first night, not from enemy shells, not from mines, but from their own engines. Soviet reconnaissance aircraft observing the burning vehicles reported a significant German tank defeat to Stavka. Stavka celebrated. The Panthers had not yet reached the first Soviet defensive belt. The wonder weapon had been defeated by a shielding deficiency that could have been corrected with an afternoon's worth of workshop attention. It's worth stepping back at this point to consider what the T-34 actually was in this context. Because the Wunderwaffe story has an implicit counterpart, which is the story of Soviet industrial philosophy, and it runs in an exactly opposite direction. The T-34 model, 1943, was not, in a one-on-one technical comparison, a better tank than the Panther or the Tiger. Its 76mm gun was outranged by the German 88mm and 75mm long-barrel weapons. Its armor was thinner, its fire control was cruder, but it weighed 32 tons and required approximately 3,000 man-hours to produce in a Soviet factory in 1943. The Panther required approximately 10,200 man-hours. The Tiger required approximately 15,000 man-hours. For every Tiger that German industry produced, Soviet industry could produce 5 T-34s. For every Panther, roughly 3 T-34s. At the Battle of Kursk, the 5th Guards Tank Army alone fielded 793 tanks. The entire German southern pincer committed approximately 440 vehicles to the Prokhorovka area. The quality premium that the Panther and Tiger represented required a tactical performance advantage of roughly 5-1 over the T-34 to be strategically meaningful. Nothing in the physics of tank combat at Kursk provided that margin. When I was working through the technical specifications of the various armored vehicles at Kursk, and there is an enormous body of comparative literature on this, ranging from the serious to the frankly obsessive. I kept finding myself distracted by the Tiger's suspension system. The Schachtelaufwerk, the interleaved road wheel arrangement that gives the Tiger its distinctive appearance in photographs, is a beautiful piece of engineering in certain respects. The overlapping wheel configuration distributes the vehicle's 56 metric tons of ground pressure across a wider track surface than a conventional suspension, improving cross-country performance on firm ground. But the interleaved wheels create an exceptional mud-packing problem. Debris and soil pack into the spaces between the overlapping wheels under operational conditions, and when that packed material dries or freezes, the entire suspension can seize solid. German maintenance crews reported that clearing a single Tiger's suspension of packed debris required a minimum of 4 hours of manual labor after each wet period. On the Kursk steppe in July, with the ground disturbed by millions of shell craters and the passage of thousands of vehicles, the maintenance burden this created was significant enough to appear repeatedly in unit war diaries as a driver of non-combat vehicle downtime. The broader pattern here, technical sophistication generating maintenance burden that the front-line logistical system couldn't support, is, I think, the real story of German armor at Kursk. It isn't that the Tigers and Panthers were bad weapons. In the right circumstances, against the right targets, at the right ranges, they were genuinely formidable. The point is that the Soviet defensive system had been specifically engineered to prevent those right circumstances from arising. The mines channeled the armor into kill zones where the ranges were short, and the flanks were covered by dug-in guns. The anti-tank strong points caught the armor where it couldn't choose its engagement geometry. The depth of the defensive system meant that even when German armor broke through one line, the next line was already prepared and waiting. The Ferdinand had no machine gun. The Panther's engine caught fire in the heat. The Tiger's suspension packed with debris. None of these are the primary reasons Citadel failed, but they are symptoms of a German armament philosophy that was, by the summer of 1943, trying to solve a strategic problem with engineering, key on discovering that engineering has limits. The Ninth Army's logistical summary for the 6th of July, the end of Day 1, records that German assault divisions expended approximately 12,000 tons of artillery ammunition on the 5th of July alone. 12,000 tons in a single day. This represented roughly 40% of the total artillery ammunition stockpile that had been pre-positioned for the entire Citadel operation. Supply officers reviewing these figures that evening would have been performing some uncomfortable arithmetic. If consumption continued at Day 1 rates, the artillery would effectively be silent within 10 days. The German advance on the 5th of July had achieved, at best, a penetration of around 3 kilometers in most sectors of the northern front, and somewhat more on the southern front. Against a defensive system 300 kilometers deep, 12,000 tons of irreplaceable ammunition burned in a single July day to advance 3 kilometers into a fortress that had 8 more defensive lines behind it. It's a statistic that doesn't need commentary. It just needs to be read. The readiness report for Panzerabteilung 52 sits in the archive with the bureaucratic patience of documents that have been waiting a long time to be properly read. 58 combat-ready Panthers, 12 with engine failures, 8 with transmission problems, 18 still being repaired from the journey to get here. The wonder weapon, surveyed 2 days before the greatest armoured battle in history at 58% availability. Nobody who signed that report had any reason to believe the battle would go differently than the numbers suggested, but the battle was going ahead regardless. The Panthers with functioning engines would go forward. The ones that were broken would be towed to the workshop. And on the 5th of July, some of the ones with functioning engines would set themselves on fire. Chapter 5. Before the guns, the intelligence war, 10:30 in the evening, the 4th of July, 1943. Somewhere in the operational zone of the German 6th Infantry Division, a sapper, a combat engineer, is captured in no man's land. The circumstances of the capture aren't recorded in detail. He was probably clearing mines, or marking lanes, or doing the final preparatory work that assault engineers do in the hours before an offensive begins. He was taken alive. He was questioned. His name is recorded in the Soviet interrogation summary as Fischer. No first name, just Fischer, pioneer, 6th Infantry Division. And Fischer told his interrogators what he knew. The attack, he said, was scheduled to begin at 0300 hours. The following morning, the 5th of July, the Soviet Voronezh Front intelligence officer who received the summary transmitted its contents to General Vatutin's headquarters within the hour. Vatutin, who had been expecting the German offensive for weeks and had prepared extensively for it, now had a time. Not an estimate, not an inference from reconnaissance, a time from a man who knew. He ordered an immediate counter-preparation artillery bombardment. At 0220 on the 5th of July, before the German guns had fired a single round, more than 3,000 Soviet artillery pieces opened fire on known German assembly areas across the Voronezh front sector. The question of how much the Soviets actually knew about Operation Citadel before it began, and how they knew it, is one of the more genuinely contested areas of Kursk scholarship. And it's worth spending some time here, because the standard popular narrative oversimplifies it in ways that matter. The standard narrative goes something like this. The Soviet Union received intelligence about German plans from a spy network in Switzerland known as the Lucy Ring, and this intelligence allowed the Soviets to prepare their defenses with foreknowledge of exactly what was coming. That's not wrong, exactly, but it's incomplete in ways that are historically important. The Lucy Ring operated from Switzerland by a German refugee named Rudolf Rösler, did pass information to Soviet military intelligence throughout 1942 and 1943, and some of that information related to German operational planning. But the origin of Rösler's information has never been definitively established, even after decades of post-war research. A CIA study of the Lucy network, declassified in 2006, concluded that Rösler's ultimate source within the German military command structure remains unidentified. He refused to reveal it after the war, even to Allied intelligence officers who could guarantee his personal safety. He took whatever he knew to his grave in 1958. The most plausible current hypothesis, and I should be clear that it is a hypothesis, not an established fact, is that the Lucy Ring served as a channel through which British intelligence, derived from Enigma decrypts at Bletchley Park, was passed to the Soviet Union via Swiss intermediaries. The logic is not difficult to follow. British code breakers at Bletchley had broken the German Enigma cipher system in 1940, and throughout the war they were decrypting German operational signals at a rate that gave the British government remarkable insight into German intentions. The problem, from a British perspective, was sharing this intelligence with Stalin without revealing that Enigma had been broken. If Stalin knew the source, and if the Soviets had any security leaks back to Berlin, and Soviet security in 1942 and 43 was not watertight, German signals security would be tightened, and the Enigma intelligence would dry up. The Lucy Ring, if it was indeed a British cutout, solved this problem neatly. Bletchley intelligence flowed to Moscow via Switzerland. Moscow received accurate information about German plans without knowing it came from Enigma, and the source remained protected. What this would mean, if true, is that the Battle of Kursk, the largest land battle in history, was shaped in part by cryptanalysis conducted in a requisitioned country house in Buckinghamshire. The evidence is suggestive. It isn't conclusive. The historians who've written most carefully about this, Roger Morehouse among them, present the argument with appropriate caution. I think that caution is warranted, and I find the unresolvability itself historically interesting. What is beyond reasonable dispute is that Soviet conventional intelligence before Kursk was, by the standards of the war, exceptionally good. Setting aside the Lucy question entirely, the Voronezh Front's own intelligence apparatus had identified the assembly areas of every major German armoured division on the southern shoulder of the offensive by late June. Aerial reconnaissance, radio intercepts, partisan reports, and frontline observation had produced a picture of German intentions that was accurate in its broad outlines and reasonably accurate in its details. The Stavka, Soviet Supreme Command, had been formally briefed on the expected attack axis and approximate timing weeks before the offensive began. The defensive preparation of the salient had been conducted with this intelligence picture as its foundation. The anti-tank gun clusters were positioned in the sectors where German armour was expected. The mine belts were densest in the expected approach corridors. The artillery was pre-registered on the ground the German columns would have to cross. Vatutin's Voronezh Front and Rokossovsky's Central Front hadn't simply prepared a strong defence. They'd prepared a defence calibrated to the specific offensive that was coming. Fischer's interrogation on the 4th of July gave them the time. Everything else had been known in its essential shape for weeks. The Soviet counter-preparation bombardment that began at 0220 on the 5th of July is worth examining in some detail, because it's a remarkable military achievement that tends to get overshadowed by the larger drama of the battle that followed. 2,460 guns and mortars opening fire simultaneously. The barrage lasted approximately 30 minutes and targeted German artillery batteries, assembly areas, command posts, and communication nodes. German accounts of the moments before their own scheduled 0 hour describe the counter-preparation as completely unexpected. Not in the sense that the Soviets were expected to be passive, but in the sense that nobody on the German side had anticipated a coordinated fire mission of this scale and accuracy landing on their assembly areas before they'd crossed their start lines. German unit diaries from that morning use words like stunned and confused. The barrage didn't stop the German assault, but it disrupted fire support coordination, it destroyed pre-positioned ammunition, and it introduced a psychological shock into the attacking forces at the worst possible moment. The battle was 40 minutes old before it officially began, and Germany was already reacting rather than acting. Making this counter-preparation possible required a specific organizational achievement that is easy to overlook. The Soviet artillery at Kursk wasn't organized the way German artillery was organized. German artillery coordinated fire at the battery and battalion level, effective for responsive direct support, but limited in its ability to mass fires across a wide front on a single command. Soviet artillery in 1943 had been restructured through hard experience into massive artillery divisions, formations of up to 350 guns each, capable of concentrating fire across entire front sectors on a single command signal. The fire control network that made this possible, the telephone and radio relay systems, the registered coordinates, the pre-planned missions, had been built into the defensive preparation of the salient from April onwards. More than 2,200 kilometers of telephone cable had been strung through the defensive positions specifically to support the counter-preparation. When Vatutin gave the order in response to Fischer's interrogation report, the infrastructure to execute it was already in place. The counter-preparation wasn't improvised. It was hardwired. To me, there's something about the Fischer interrogation that keeps pulling at the edges of the larger intelligence story. The Lucy ring, the Bletchley hypothesis, the elaborate machinery of strategic intelligence, all of it is fascinating and historically significant and genuinely difficult to disentangle. But what actually triggered the Soviet counter-preparation that disrupted the opening of the greatest German offensive of 1943 was a conversation in a tent somewhere in the Russian dark between a Soviet intelligence officer and a frightened German sapper named Fischer. Every level of intelligence architecture, the signals, decrypts, the aerial reconnaissance, the partisan networks, the frontline observation posts, had produced a general picture. One man's answer to a direct question produced the specific hour. There's something about that proportion that I find worth sitting with. The German response to the counter-preparation is itself instructive. Both the 9th Army on the northern front and the 4th Panzer Army on the southern front launched their assaults more or less as planned, despite the bombardment, despite the disrupted fire support timings, despite the surprise. This matters because it complicates any simple narrative of Soviet intelligence triumph. The Soviets knew almost everything. They fired first. They disrupted German preparations. And the Germans attacked anyway, on schedule, with roughly the forces they'd planned to use. The Wehrmacht of 1943 was still, at the operational level, a machine capable of absorbing tactical surprise and executing its plan. The counter-preparation was a significant achievement. It was not a decisive one. What would prove decisive was what the German armor drove into after it crossed its start lines. The mines, the guns, the 8 defensive lines, the fortress that 3 months of exhausted, determined labor had built. One additional intelligence thread deserves attention because it sits at the intersection of the tactical and strategic in a way that's easy to miss. Soviet tank army commanders in the weeks before the battle weren't simply told the Germans were coming. They were given specific tactical intelligence about German armored unit dispositions, which units were where, which formations were on which axes. This level of tactical detail allowed Soviet anti-tank commanders to position their weapons against the known threat profiles of specific German formations. The sectors where Tigers were expected received the most concentrated anti-tank mine belts, because Tigers were most vulnerable to track damage rather than direct fire penetration. The sectors where Panthers were expected had pre-registered artillery missions designed for the specific combat profile of a fast-moving medium tank advancing in formation. This isn't intelligence being used to make general defensive preparations stronger. This is intelligence being used to tailor specific weapon systems and tactics against specific identified threats. It's a level of intelligence to tactics integration that was genuinely new in Soviet practice by the summer of 1943. The 4th of July fades into the 5th across the entire front. In the German assembly areas, unit commanders are delivering final briefings. Tank commanders are checking the last of the pre-mission systems. Team engineers are making final clearances of the approach lanes. The Soviet artillery is being laid onto its registered targets. The anti-tank gun crews are settled into their positions. The mine belts are sitting in their places in the earth. Fischer has told the interrogators what he knows. The counter-preparation order has gone out. At 02:20, the guns begin. Then the German guns begin. And the battle that both sides have been preparing for, in their very different ways, for 3 months and more, is underway. The intelligence war is over. What follows is the thing itself. Chapter 6. Hour 0. The German assault begins. The 5th of July, 1943. 0350 hours. In the war diary of the 3rd Panzer Division, the entry reads simply, Companies cross start line. Artillery preparation ongoing. Pioneer report mine density higher than anticipated in Sector Blau. Below this, in a different hand, almost certainly added later, by someone who was not present at 0350 and who was recording what had already happened, 4 more words. Pioneer Lieutenant Hartmann killed clearing lane 3. 1 name, 1 lane, 1 death, added in pencil to the typewritten operational record as a kind of afterthought. Across the entire front on that morning, similar entries are being made in similar diaries. The artillery preparation is ongoing. The Pioneer are reporting higher mine density than anticipated. The start line has been crossed. Operation Citadel is begun. The scale of what launched at 0300 hours on the 5th of July is worth stating plainly before getting into the detail. On the northern front, General Model's 9th Army committed approximately 335,000 soldiers and roughly 1,200 tanks and assault guns across a front of roughly 90 kilometers, driving southward from the Oral Salient toward Kursk. On the southern front, General Hoth's 4th Panzer Army and General Kempf's Panzer Group, together comprising roughly 350,000 soldiers and approximately 1,500 tanks and assault guns, drove northward from the Belgorod area. The intended meeting point was somewhere east of Kursk, the 2 pincers converging behind the salient, cutting off and destroying whatever Soviet forces they'd encircled. In terms of armoured vehicle density, this was the largest concentration of mechanized force in the history of warfare up to that point. Nothing before it, and, as it would turn out, nothing after it would involve this many armoured vehicles in this tighter space. And within the first hour, on most sectors of the front, it was in trouble. The Soviet counter-preparation bombardment that preceded the German assault by 40 minutes had done its work. Not comprehensively, most of the damage it inflicted was to German psychological certainty rather than German hardware, and the assault divisions crossed their start lines roughly on schedule. But the disruption to fire support coordination was real. Several tank battalions moved forward without the artillery cover they'd been promised, because the counter-preparation had disrupted the German artillery timing sequences. In some sectors, the Pioneer mine clearance teams were already running behind schedule before the first attacking infantry moved. The tactical plan, armour following closely behind Pioneer mine clearance, with artillery suppressing the anti-tank gun positions ahead, required a precise coordination of timing that the counter-preparation had disturbed before it began. By 0700 hours, the average advance across the northern front was less than 3 kilometers, against a defensive system 300 kilometers deep. The southern front performed considerably better in the first 48 hours. The Waffen-SS divisions of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, Leibstandarte, Das Reich and Totenkopf, drove between 16 and 20 kilometers into the Soviet defensive system in the first 2 days, penetrating the 1st and 2nd Soviet defensive lines and creating a genuine crisis for Vatutin's Voronezh front command. This is the part of the Citadel story that the German could-have-succeeded argument rests on most heavily, and it's worth being precise about what that success actually looked like. 16 to 20 kilometers of advance against a defensive system 300 kilometers deep, at the cost of substantial armoured losses and significant infantry casualties. Vatutin's immediate response was alarm. He contacted Stavka on the 6th of July, requesting permission to commit his operational reserve. The 5th Guards Tank Army, 793 tanks under General Rotmistrov, immediately. Stavka, following Zhukov's April guidance, refused. The reserve would not be committed until the German main effort was definitively identified. What reads, from the Soviet side, as iron-nerved operational discipline reads, and from inside the Southern Front combat, as Soviet defenses absorbing a serious blow. Both readings are accurate simultaneously. The pioneer experience on the first day deserves detailed treatment because it's almost entirely absent from the popular narrative, which focuses on tanks and air power and command decisions. The combat engineers tasked with clearing mine lanes for the assault divisions were, by the standards of the entire Eastern Front campaign, among the most exposed soldiers on the field on the 5th of July. The Soviet mixed mine belts, wooden TMDB mines interspersed with metallic TM41s, defeated German magnetic detection equipment, forcing hand probing under direct fire. The clearance method, called Gassenschlagen, required 6-man teams working in pairs, one probing with a detection rod at 30-degree angles to the surface, one marking cleared ground with white tape, two providing local security and observation, one in reserve. Under safe, unhurried conditions, a team could clear a lane at roughly 1.5 meters per minute. Under fire, men instinctively flatten themselves. And flattening yourself while trying to maintain a precise 30-degree probe angle to detect an obliquely planted mine is not something the human body does reliably. In one pioneer platoon of the Das Reich Division, 11 of 24 men were casualties within the first 2 hours. Not from tank fire, not from aircraft, from the mines and from the direct fire covering the mines. What the Ferdinands of the 9th Army's northern assault experienced on day 1 reads, and from the after-action reports, as an object lesson in the gap between design assumption and combat reality. The 90 vehicles of Schwer Panzerjäger Regiment 656 advanced on the axis toward Ponyri station on the morning of the 5th, with genuine initial effect. At range, anything beyond 300 or 400 meters, the 88mm PK-43 gun was functionally invulnerable to anything the Soviets could bring against it. Soviet T-34 crews, whose 76mm shells were bouncing off the Ferdinand's 200mm frontal armor at those ranges, faced a choice between retreat and a mathematical certainty. The Ferdinands advanced. Soviet armored resistance at range melted in front of them, and then the Ferdinands got ahead of their supporting infantry. The infantry, trying to keep up while navigating Soviet minefields under fire, fell behind, and Soviet anti-tank teams, which had been briefed that the Ferdinands had no close defense weapons, began moving toward them. They worked in pairs or small groups, carrying demolition materials. They approached from angles and blind spots. The Ferdinand, which could defeat any tank on the battlefield from 500 meters, couldn't stop a man on foot at 20 meters. I find it genuinely striking when I cross-reference the German company-level records with the divisional summaries, how much information is lost as battlefield reports travel up the chain of command. The 3rd Panzer Division Company diary records Hartmann killed, clearing lane 3 and advance delayed. The divisional summary for the same period records progress achieved against fierce resistance, objectives approaching. The corps-level summary records assigned objectives reached on schedule in most sectors. By the time information from the mine-clearing teams in Lane 3 had been processed through 3 levels of command, Hartmann's death and the mine density problem that killed him had been abstracted into fierce resistance and then into schedule. There is nothing dishonest about this, exactly. Military reporting at each level necessarily aggregates and simplifies the level below it, but the aggregation has consequences. Commanders at higher levels, reading the summaries, had a systematically more optimistic picture of the battle than the men in the lane had. And that optimistic picture would shape the decisions made in the following days. The end of Day 1 assessment, as recorded in the OKH War Diary, attempts a careful balance of the day's results. The Southern Front had made meaningful progress. The Northern Front had made almost none. Certainly nothing approaching the rate of advance needed to converge with the Southern Pincer before Soviet reserves could be committed. Taken together, the symmetrical pincer that Citadel required was already, on the first evening, showing an asymmetry that threatened the entire operational concept. The German High Command's analysis identified the counter-preparation bombardment as the primary cause of the Northern Front's difficulties and expected that normal rates of advance would resume as the disruption of that bombardment faded. It was a reasonable analysis of an incomplete picture. What the analysis couldn't yet account for, because the full depth of the Soviet defensive system hadn't yet been contacted, was that the counter-preparation had contributed to the delay, but it hadn't caused it. The cause was in the ground, the mines, the guns, the 8 lines. It would take several more days of fighting before that distinction became clear at the command level. By the evening of the 5th of July, the German assault had consumed approximately 12,000 tons of artillery ammunition, roughly 40% of the total pre-positioned stockpile for the entire operation, burned in a single day. Supply officers doing that arithmetic that evening were looking at a logistics trajectory that pointed, within 10 to 12 days, at an artillery force that had run out of shells. The ground attack aircraft of the Luftwaffe had flown intensive support missions throughout the day. The total Luftwaffe sorties on the 5th of July numbered in the thousands. But Soviet air defense and Soviet fighter cover had been far heavier than anticipated, and German aircraft losses were accumulating. The Pioneer were reporting mine densities that were slowing clearance rates to fractions of what the operational plan had assumed. And in the northern sector, the grain elevator at Ponyri station, a concrete structure that would become the subject of its own brutal chapter in this story, was still in Soviet hands. There is something in the documentary record of the 5th of July that I keep returning to. It isn't the casualty figures, though those are significant. It isn't the operational assessments, though those are revealing. It's a small detail in one of the pioneer unit histories for the Das Reich division, a note about a mine-clearing team that cleared a lane through a Soviet minefield, marked it with white tape, and then discovered, when the follow-on infantry advanced through the lane, that someone had moved the tape during the night. Not removed it, moved it, by a meter or so. The lane itself was unchanged, but anyone following the tape markers, rather than the actual cleared strip, found themselves stepping off the safe ground. The tape had been moved by Soviet partisans or forward observers who had watched the clearance operation from cover, and then, in the dark, adjusted the markers. The cleared lane was still there. It was just no longer where the tape said it was. It's a small thing, in the context of a battle involving nearly 1 million soldiers and thousands of armored vehicles, but it says something true about the nature of this particular battlefield. Nothing on it was exactly where it seemed to be. Chapter 7. Ponyri, the Forgotten Stalingrad. The 7th of July, 1943. Somewhere inside the battered administrative building that the Soviet 307th Rifle Division was using as a forward command post near Ponyri Station, a daily operational report was being typed. The typewriter ribbon was running thin. The characters were fading at the edges, which is how you can tell it was the real document and not a later copy. The report covered the events of the 9th of July. and most of it was the standard bureaucratic accounting of a formation under sustained assault. Units engaged, ammunition consumed, casualty figures by category. But buried in the middle of the third page, between an ammunition request and a personnel report, was a single sentence that has stayed with me since the first time I encountered it. Building number 6, the grain elevator on the northern side of the station complex, had changed hands 4 times between 0730 and 1700 hours. Current status contested 4 times in less than 10 hours. A single building. The Battle of Ponyri, which lasted from the 6th through the 12th of July and consumed some of the heaviest fighting on the entire Citadel front, is measured in that sentence, not in kilometers, not in divisional boundaries, in the number of times one concrete building changed hands in a single afternoon. Ponyri doesn't appear in most popular accounts of the Battle of Kursk except as a footnote. The footnote usually reads something like, "Heavy fighting also occurred at Ponyri Station on the northern front." Then the account moves on to Prokhorovka, to the tank battle in the south, to the more visually dramatic elements of the campaign. I think this is a significant historiographical error, and I want to explain why. Ponyri Station sits on the main railway line connecting the city of Kursk to Orel, roughly 70 kilometers north of Kursk. Whoever held Ponyri controlled the primary rail resupply route for German forces on the northern assault axis. Without it, Model's Ninth Army could not move adequate ammunition and fuel forward to sustain a continued offensive. So with it, using it as a supply terminus, the northern pincer had a functioning logistical spine. This isn't a secondary tactical consideration. The control of Ponyri was, from a logistics standpoint, prerequisite for any continued northern advance. Model understood this. Rokossovsky, commanding the Soviet Central Front, understood it equally well. The result was that both sides committed disproportionate resources to a few square kilometers of collective farm, railway infrastructure, and one very stubborn concrete grain elevator for 6 days, with a ferocity that the unit diaries describe in terms usually reserved for the worst fighting of the entire Eastern Front campaign. The German assault on Ponyri began on the 6th of July, the second day of Citadel, when elements of the Ninth Army's armoured spearheads reached the village's outskirts. The initial attack achieved the outer perimeter of the settlement, several blocks of agricultural buildings, and the edges of the railway yard, but could not clear the station complex itself. The grain elevator presented a particular problem. It was a large reinforced concrete structure, approximately 8 stories tall, of the kind that was built across Soviet collective farm territories in the 1930s. Its walls were thick enough to withstand direct hits from German 75mm tank gun rounds at most combat ranges. Its upper floors provided observation across the entire assault axis for several kilometers in every direction. Whoever held the elevator's upper floors could see, and could therefore direct artillery onto, virtually every German approach, route into the station area. The Soviets had garrisoned it with riflemen, anti-tank rifle teams, and observers with radio links to the artillery batteries positioned in depth. Taking it down would require either sustained heavy artillery fire at ranges that would destroy the building's observation value anyway, or close assault by infantry willing to fight floor by floor. The Ferdinands, which had done reasonably effective work against Soviet armor at longer ranges in the earlier fighting north of Ponyri, found themselves pressed into close support of the infantry assault as the battle for the station compound intensified. The after-action report of Schwer Panzerjäger Regiment 656, which I've spent considerable time with, she describes in careful operational language the difficulty of employing the Ferdinand in urban and semi-urban terrain. The report notes that the weapon's long-range capability was effectively nullified in the confined fighting around the station buildings, and that infantry support became the primary tactical role. What the report says in operational language, Soviet accounts from the same engagements say rather more directly. Anti-tank teams worked around the Ferdinand's flanks and rear, exploiting the absence of close defense weapons, disabling vehicles with demolition materials. By the 10th of July, 12 Ferdinands had been rendered combat ineffective in the Ponyri perimeter. Not one had been knocked out by a Soviet gun or tank, all 12 by close assault infantry. The most powerfully armed vehicle on the northern front was being defeated by men on foot. The grain elevator changed hands, according to the Soviet 307th Rifle Division's records, at least 11 separate times over the course of the 4-day battle for the station complex. German assault infantry would fight their way into the lower floors. Soviet defenders would contest each floor. The building would be recaptured by one side and lost by the other in cycles that the unit diaries record, with an exhaustion that is almost palpable in the language. Building number 6, retaken, 0845. Building number 6, lost, 1120. Building number 6, situation unclear, G1400. The clarity of the operational map, the neat symbols and arrows that a staff officer draws when planning an offensive, bore no relationship to what the building itself contained at any given moment. What it contained was people fighting in small groups in confined spaces for a piece of infrastructure whose value was almost entirely positional rather than intrinsic. Nobody needed the grain that wasn't in the elevator. Everybody needed the view from its upper floors. The logistical reality of the Ponyri battle is something I want to address directly, because it's the element that makes the fighting's outcome strategically intelligible rather than simply attritional. The Ninth Army's daily ammunition consumption during the Ponyri fighting averaged roughly 1,840 tons per day across the 5 days of heaviest engagement. The single-track Kursk railway line, the line that ran through Ponyri station, the line that the entire battle was ostensibly being fought to control, had a delivery capacity to forward areas of approximately 1,200 tons per day under normal operating conditions. Soviet partisan sabotage of the rail network north of Ponyri, intensifying through July, was reducing that capacity further. Model's army was consuming ammunition at a rate approximately 53% faster than it could be replaced. By the 11th of July, 9th Army artillery units were rationing shells. The logistical defeat preceded the tactical one. Germany didn't lose the battle for Ponyri station, primarily because Soviet infantry fought heroically in the grain elevator, though they did. It lost because the numbers governing supply and consumption had been running in the wrong direction since the second day. When I was working through the Soviet after-action materials for the Central Front, the front responsible for defending the northern shoulder of the Salient under Rokossovsky, I found something that complicates the straightforward narrative of Soviet defensive success at Ponyri. The Soviet 13th Army, which bore the main burden of the defense in this sector, was, by the 12th of July, at crisis point. Some rifle divisions had taken casualties that reduced them to 40 or 50% of their established strength. Ammunition in some sectors was also running short. The 13th Army's own requests for emergency resupply during the first week of July are preserved in the Central Front records, and they have an urgency that doesn't appear in the higher-level histories of the battle. Rokossovsky, reading these reports, was making difficult decisions about which sectors could be thinned to provide reserves for others. The picture that emerges when you read both sides' records simultaneously is not one of a Soviet defense comfortably absorbing a German assault. It's one of two formations bleeding each other, both running short of the resources they needed to continue, with the outcome determined less by one side's superiority than by which side ran dry first. Germany ran dry first, but it wasn't by the margin that the popular narrative suggests. The fighting at Ponyri ended effectively on the 12th of July, the same day as the Battle of Prokhorovka, 200 kilometers to the south. Model's assault on the station was broken off. The Ninth Army had advanced a maximum of roughly 12 kilometers into the Soviet defensive system across its entire assigned sector. The operational plan had envisioned an advance of 70 to 80 kilometers to reach Kursk, 12 kilometers at the cost of the Ninth Army's combat power, its ammunition reserves, and a significant fraction of its armored strength. The northern pincer of Operation Citadel was functionally finished. Not dramatically. There was no single moment of collapse, no decisive reverse. It simply ran out of the capacity to do what it had been asked to do. The grain elevator at Ponyri, which had changed hands 11 times over 4 days, was in Soviet hands when the fighting stopped. Ponyri Station was in Soviet hands. The railway line running through it was in Soviet hands. And the Ninth Army had no more shells with which to contest any of it. I want to say something about T-34 tactical performance in the Ponyri fighting that tends to get overlooked in accounts that focus on the larger armoured engagements. The T-34's wide tracks, 550 millimeters, compared to the Panzer IV's 400 millimeters, gave it a genuinely significant advantage in the disturbed, rubble-strewn ground around the station buildings, where conventional vehicles tended to throw tracks or bog down in the churned earth of a heavily bombarded area. Soviet tank crews in this sector had also been trained in what doctrine called hugging tactics, closing to very short ranges, typically under 100 meters, before engaging. At those ranges, the T-34's 76mm gun could penetrate the side armor of a Panzer IV reliably. German tank crews trained for engagement ranges of 500 to 800 meters were tactically and psychologically disadvantaged by an enemy that refused to fight at their preferred distance. The Ponyri fighting wasn't decided by brilliant maneuver or overwhelming firepower. It was decided by a series of small, grinding engagements in which the defending side had the tactical discipline to fight on terms that negated the attacker's advantages. The last entry in the 307th Rifle Division's Ponyri operational log that I want to mention isn't dramatic. It's dated the 12th of July evening. It records that German pressure on the station complex had significantly decreased during the afternoon. It notes that the grain elevator, building number 6, is in Soviet hands. It requests resupply of 76mm anti-tank ammunition and replacement infantry for 2 depleted companies. Then it lists the division's current effective strength, down roughly 40% from the 6th of July. The division that held Ponyri against 6 days of intense assault was, by the end of it, less than 2/3 of the formation it had been at the start. Victory and attrition aren't opposites on the Eastern Front. They're the same thing, experienced differently depending on which side of the line you're standing on. Ponyri stayed Soviet. The Ninth Army stopped. The grain elevator, battered and pockmarked, still stood. Chapter 8. Prokhorovka, the battle that wasn't what you think. The 14th of July, 1943. 2 days after the battle at Prokhorovka. In the records of the Russian State Military Archive, file Fond 332, Inventory 4,948. There exists an after-action report submitted by General Pavel Rotmistrov, commanding the Soviet 5th Guards Tank Army. The report's opening paragraph is confident, declarative. On the 12th of July, it reads, "Formations of the 5th Guards Tank Army dealt the enemy a decisive blow. The battlefield remained in our hands." 3 paragraphs later, in the casualty annex, typed in a smaller font than the narrative sections, "Irrecoverable tank losses, 334. Tanks requiring major repair, 212. Total armoured vehicles lost or requiring major repair, 546. In a single day. 546 Soviet armoured vehicles, lost or heavily damaged, against an enemy force that numbered fewer than 300 vehicles in the specific engagement area. Rotmistrov's opening claim and his casualty annex sit in the same document, 2 pages apart, and they refuse to coexist without one of them being wrong about something. The story of Prokhorovka, what it actually was rather than what it became in the telling, begins with that refusal. The mythology of Prokhorovka has been built over the decades since the war, and on a specific image: 2 vast armoured forces meeting head-on in open country, trading approximately equal casualties in a clash so violent that both sides were left exhausted on the field. The German force, according to the standard account, lost somewhere between 300 and 400 tanks at Prokhorovka on the 12th of July. The Soviet force lost similar numbers. The battle was a draw that left Germany unable to continue its offensive. This account appears in hundreds of books, documentaries, and educational materials. It was the version endorsed by Soviet military historians from the 1960s onward and featured prominently in the official histories published for the 20th and 30th anniversaries of the battle. It was the version Rotmistrov told publicly for the remainder of his career, elaborating it in his 1984 memoir, The Steel Guard. It is, on the available archival evidence, substantially wrong, and the process by which it became the standard account is itself one of the more instructive episodes in the historiography of the Second World War. The revisionist scholarship that began appearing after Soviet archives were opened in the early 1990s has been careful, methodical, and, for those of us who find the gap between myth and documentation genuinely fascinating, rather compelling. Russian historian Valery Zamulin, working from the actual 5th Guards Tank Army records, established Soviet irrecoverable tank losses on the 12th of July at 334 vehicles, with an additional 212 requiring major repair. Swedish historians Niklas Zetterling and Anders Franksson, working from German unit records, established German irrecoverable losses in the specific Prokhorovka engagement at approximately 3 vehicles, with roughly 163 requiring repair. 3 irrecoverable German losses against 334 Soviet irrecoverable losses. Not a draw, not approximately equal casualties. A ratio of roughly 100-1 in irrecoverable losses in Germany's favour on the 12th of July at Prokhorovka. These figures are contested at the margins. Different researchers draw the engagement boundaries slightly differently, and the definitions of irrecoverable versus repairable involve judgments about which sources are used. But the broad conclusion that Soviet armoured losses at Prokhorovka massively exceeded German losses has survived 2 decades of scrutiny and is now the consensus position in specialist scholarship. Understanding why the Soviet tactical disaster was simultaneously a Soviet strategic success requires understanding the terrain at Prokhorovka and the operational situation that produced the engagement. By the 11th of July, the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, Leibstandarte, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, had broken through 2 Soviet defensive lines and was within roughly 10 kilometers of the town of Prokhorovka and its railway junction. If the SS Corps took Prokhorovka, the road south to Kursk was open. Vatutin, alarmed by the speed of the SS advance, requested permission from Stavka to commit his operational reserve. Stavka agreed. Rotmistrov's 5th Guards Tank Army, 793 tanks, was ordered to counterattack. The word matters. Counterattack. Prokhorovka was primarily a Soviet offensive action against a German force that had halted to consolidate. Rotmistrov attacked. He attacked into terrain that created the conditions for disaster. The ground between the Sel River on the north and a railway embankment on the south. The corridor through which the Soviet attack was channeled is roughly 8 kilometers wide at its narrowest point. Into this corridor, Rotmistrov fed his tank army in the formation his doctrine prescribed for a breakthrough assault. Dense waves of armor, mass and momentum as the principal weapons. What doctrine didn't account for was what happens to mass and momentum when the terrain removes the room to maneuver. The Soviet columns compressed. Tanks that should have been able to fan out and exploit their numerical superiority found themselves in a bottleneck, unable to use the advantage their numbers theoretically provided. And at the ranges that the bottleneck imposed, sometimes less than 200 meters between opposing vehicles, the technological gap between German and Soviet armor narrowed sharply. The German long-barrel 75mm gun loses much of its velocity advantage at close range. The Soviet 76mm gun becomes adequate. What remained as a differentiator was crew quality. German crews, on average, better trained and with more combat experience, performed better in the swirling close-quarters melee. But there were far fewer of them. The question of why Rotmistrov wrote the report he wrote, the triumphalist opening paragraph, the buried casualty numbers, has a straightforward answer that is also a genuinely human one. He had committed 793 tanks to a counterattack and lost 546 of them in a single day. He needed to explain this to Stavka in a way that didn't result in his relief of command, and possibly something worse. The Soviet reporting system of 1943 was not tolerant of commanders who admitted tactical failures without offsetting strategic achievements. Rotmistrov's solution was to claim German losses that were substantially inflated. Soviet kill claims from the engagement reportedly numbered German vehicles in the hundreds, and to frame the battle as a defensive success in which the SS Panzer Corps had been stopped. The SS Panzer Corps had indeed been stopped. Prokhorovka railway junction was not taken. The road to Kursk from the south remained blocked. These were real strategic achievements. They were achieved at a cost in armoured vehicles that would have been difficult to justify, honestly. So Rotmistrov chose not to be entirely honest. I don't think this makes him a villain. I think it makes him a commander in a system that punished honesty about failure, doing what the system required. It fascinates me. When I read Rotmistrov's report alongside the Germans' 2nd SS Panzer Corps records for the same day, how precisely the two documents talk past each other. The German Corps records describe a day of intense defensive fighting against a massive Soviet armoured assault, with significant Soviet losses inflicted at close range, the Corps line held, and casualties described as heavy but sustainable. The Soviet report describes a decisive blow dealt to the enemy, the battlefield held, and losses described in terms that are demonstrably, approximately accurate for the Soviet side, but dramatically overstated for the German side. Both documents are describing the same battle. Both documents are accurate about their own side's achievement. The SS Corps did hold its line, and Prokhorovka Junction did remain Soviet. They disagree, comprehensively, about what the other side lost. The battle has two simultaneous documentary realities, and recovering the actual event requires reading both documents against each other, which is roughly what the post-Soviet historians have spent 30 years doing. The mythological version of Prokhorovka was constructed deliberately for specific political purposes in the 1960s and 70s. The Soviet military histories, published for the 20th and 30th anniversary commemorations of the battle, established the inflated German loss figures as official record, and those official figures then entered the secondary literature. Western historians without access to Soviet archives cited Soviet official histories, which were then cited by other Western historians as independent confirmation. The myth reproduced itself through the citation network. Zamulin, whose research methodically dismantled the inflated figures, reportedly encountered institutional pressure to moderate his conclusions when working with the Prokhorovka Museum's own archive in the early 2000s. He didn't moderate them. His book, eventually published and translated, reached approximately 8,000 English-language readers. The Soviet official history, with the inflated figures, was printed in roughly 1.2 million copies. The truth outnumbers the correction by a factor of 150. This is not a small historiographical footnote. It is an active ongoing distortion of the historical record. The field at Prokhorovka, after the Battle of the 12th of July, contained more destroyed armor per square kilometer than any comparable area in the history of mechanized warfare. 334 T-34s, each weighing 32 metric tons, burning or broken or simply dead in the steppe grass. Roughly 163 German vehicles requiring repair, some of which would return to service within days. The air above the field was dark with smoke. The smell, burning fuel, burning rubber, burning metal, drifted for kilometers. Recovery crews from both sides would work the field for days, pushing vehicles off the main approaches, salvaging usable components, dealing with the practical aftermath of several thousand tons of destroyed machinery. The cosmetics of the battlefield, in other words, looked like the catastrophic mutual destruction the mythology describes. It just wasn't. The wreckage on the field was mostly Soviet. The German armor that had fought there was mostly repairable. The myth of mutual annihilation was built, in part, from looking at the field itself and drawing the wrong conclusion about whose vehicles were lying in it. What Prokhorovka actually was, then, is more complex and in some ways more interesting than the mythology. It was a Soviet tactical defeat of significant proportions, imposed in large part by terrain conditions that Soviet command had not adequately accounted for when ordering the counterattack. It was simultaneously a Soviet strategic success in that the SS Panzer Corps did not achieve its objective of taking Prokhorovka and the road south remained blocked. It was the moment at which the southern advance lost its forward momentum, not because the Germans were destroyed, but because the tactical situation on the 12th of July, combined with the strategic developments happening elsewhere on the same day, made continued advance toward Kursk impossible. And it was the occasion for one of the most consequential acts of historical myth-making in the entire war. A myth-making that Rotmistrov began with a typewritten report 2 days after the battle that Soviet historians amplified over the following decades, and that the Prokhorovka Museum, as of the time of this recording, has still not corrected on its walls. Chapter 9. Hitler pulls the plug. The 13th of July, 1943, 2:30 in the afternoon. The conference room at the Wolf's Lair, Hitler's forward headquarters in East Prussia, contained, among others, Field Marshal von Manstein and Field Marshal von Kluge. A typewritten transcript of what was said, held in the Bundesarchive, records the conversation in the formal, third-person language of a military headquarters minutes document. At 1432, Manstein formally requested permission to continue the 4th Panzer Army's offensive, arguing that the 2nd SS Panzer Corps had inflicted losses on Soviet armor that made the enemy's southern reserves no longer capable of sustained offensive action. At 1447, Hitler responded. The situation in Sicily, he said, made the transfer of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps to Italy an operational necessity. Operation Citadel was cancelled. Manstein's request had been on the table for 15 minutes. Someone with a copy of that transcript, we don't know who, wrote in pencil in the margin beside Hitler's response a single word: Warum? Why? The answer to that penciled question takes rather more than a word. The Allied landings on Sicily on the 10th of July, Operation Husky, had produced an immediate alarm in the German High Command about the stability of Italy as a theatre. The OKW war diary entries for the 10th and 11th of July show genuine concern. German forces in Sicily were taking significant pressure from a landing force that had come ashore faster and with fewer difficulties than German planning had anticipated. Mussolini's government was visibly unstable. It would fall 12 days later, on the 25th of July, and German planners were beginning to calculate what would be required to defend the Italian peninsula if Italy itself changed sides. Hitler identified the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, then fighting south of Prokhorovka, as the force with the combat power and the transport infrastructure already arranged to move to Italy quickly. The cancellation of Citadel and the ordered transfer of the SS Corps were, in Hitler's logic, directly connected. Manstein's post-war memoir, Lost Victories, argues that Sicily was a pretext, that Hitler had already decided to cancel Citadel and used the Sicilian emergency as convenient justification. The OKW war diary records don't entirely support this reading. The Sicilian alarm was real, not manufactured. But I think Manstein is partially right. Hitler was inclining toward cancellation before Sicily happened, and Sicily provided the occasion to act on that inclination. Both things can be true simultaneously. Manstein's argument that the offensive should continue, that the SS Panzer Corps had bled the Soviet southern reserves beyond recovery, and that a resumed advance would produce the decisive results Citadel had promised, rests on an intelligence assessment that was, at a fundamental level, inaccurate. Manstein didn't know about the reserves Stavka had withheld. He didn't know that Zhukov's April strategy had explicitly preserved 2 additional reserve armies, the 27th Army and additional Guards formations that had not been committed to the fighting. The German intelligence picture of Soviet armored strength in the southern sector as of the 13th of July was substantially optimistic. Had the offensive continued, these uncommitted Soviet reserves would have been fed into the battle as the SS Panzer Corps resumed its advance. The quantitative position, German mobile reserves of perhaps 400 operational tanks against Soviet uncommitted reserves of roughly 1,800, made the could-have-succeeded argument mathematically very difficult to sustain. You need a 3-to-1 advantage in operational mobile reserves to achieve viable breakthrough exploitation, according to the armoured warfare theory of the period. Germany's available ratio was 1 to 4.5, in the wrong direction. What the German forces actually looked like on the 13th of July, and rather than, in Manstein's retrospective optimism, is documented in the 4th Panzer Army's own logistical summary for that date. German armoured strength in the southern sector had fallen to approximately 60% of its 5th of July starting strength. Artillery ammunition reserves were seriously depleted, with resupply running behind consumption at rates similar to those we've already discussed for the Northern Front. Infantry divisions, which had borne the weight of the mine belt fighting in the first days, were at 50 to 65% strength. The operational capacity to mount a renewed advance existed. There were still tanks, still fuel, still soldiers willing to fight. But the capacity for a decisive breakthrough against uncommitted Soviet reserves was a different question. And the answer to that question, I think, was no. The debate about whether Citadel could have succeeded with earlier execution, the April or May launch that Manstein had initially preferred, has more substance to it. An April launch would have struck a Soviet defensive system that was significantly less complete than what the Germans actually faced on the 5th of July. But even that argument has a ceiling, because the production reality, Soviet factories making tanks at roughly 1.5 times the German rate in 1943, set a strategic limit that no operational success could permanently overcome. The cancellation order went out on the evening of the 13th of July. German forces began transitioning to defensive posture within 36 hours, and almost immediately, the consequences of having committed everything to Citadel became visible. Operation Kutuzov, the Soviet counteroffensive against the Oral Salient that we'll examine in the next chapter, opened on the 12th of July, the same day as Prokhorovka, before Citadel was even formally cancelled. Model's 9th Army, whose reserves had been consumed in the Ponyri fighting, had almost nothing available to respond with. The cancellation of Citadel didn't restore German strategic initiative on the Eastern Front. It simply changed the nature of the problem from an offensive bloodletting to a defensive one. The army that had driven into the Kursk salient on the 5th of July, expecting to encircle and destroy a major Soviet force, was, 2 weeks later, trying to prevent its own encirclement. I've read Manstein's Lost Victories perhaps a dozen times over the years, in different states of mind and with different levels of skepticism, and my assessment of it has settled into something that I think is fair, even if it isn't entirely charitable. The book is a masterwork of retrospective self-positioning. Manstein was a genuinely gifted operational commander, perhaps the most gifted on either side at the level of theatre-scale mobile operations. His handling of the Third Battle of Kharkov in February and March of 1943 was, by almost any analysis, brilliant. But Lost Victories deploys that genuine operational brilliance as a kind of permanent excuse. Every German failure in the middle and late war becomes, in Manstein's telling, a failure that would not have occurred if Hitler had listened to Manstein more carefully and interfered with Manstein less often. The logical endpoint of this argument is that the Eastern Front campaign was lost not because Germany's strategic position was fundamentally impossible after 1942, but because one specific general was insufficiently listened to. That is a very convenient position for Manstein to hold, and it shaped Western historiography of the Eastern Front for approximately 30 years after publication. The transfer of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps to Italy, which Hitler ordered as the occasion for Citadel's cancellation, was itself a study in the costs of half measures. The Leibstandarte Division began the transfer process. Das Reich and Totenkopf did not. The rapid deterioration of the Northern Front, caused by Operation Kutuzov, meant they were needed urgently in the east, and the transfer was cancelled. The Corps headquarters and parts of the Leibstandarte's equipment and personnel eventually reached Italy. The bulk of the Corps' combat power never left the Eastern Front. Germany had initiated a logistics operation involving the movement of tens of thousands of men, thousands of vehicles, and roughly 20,000 tons of equipment across the European rail network, and then cancelled it halfway through. The rail capacity consumed by the partial transfer was unavailable for operational supply on the Eastern Front. The Italy theatre received insufficient reinforcement to materially affect the strategic situation in Sicily. The Eastern Front received insufficient reinforcement to stabilize the line. The decision achieved nothing definitive in either theatre and cost Germany's logistics network several weeks of disrupted capacity. Something in the documentary record for these days, the 13th and 14th of July, that I keep returning to is a detail that appears in the 4th Panzer Army's engineering reports rather than in the command discussions. German combat engineer units in the Prokhorovka area, beginning on the 13th of July, received orders to begin constructing field defensive positions, anti-tank ditches, gun emplacements, wire entanglements. Along the ground, their assault formations had taken in the previous week. This is the work of armies that are no longer attacking. It's a different kind of digging than the assault engineering of the first week, done for different reasons by men who understood, at least at the company and battalion level, what the change of mission meant. The engineers who had been clearing Soviet mines to create lanes for advancing tanks were now mining the same ground to slow advancing Soviet tanks. The direction had reversed. The Steppe absorbed both sets of work with equal indifference. The Wolf's Lair conference transcript ends with the formal close of the meeting. Manstein left to return to his headquarters. The SS Corps transfer order was drafted and transmitted. And on the Eastern Front, in the dust and summer heat of a Ukrainian July, the German army began the long, grinding retreat that would not end until May of 1945. The warum in the margin of the conference transcript has no recorded author. It might have been a staff officer who disagreed with the decision. It might have been an archivist who found it significant. It might have been someone who simply found the juxtaposition, the 15-minute consideration and the 2-year consequence, inadequately explained. It wasn't, as far as I can determine, ever answered directly. Some questions in the archive remain exactly as the pencil left them. Chapter 10. Operation Kutuzov, the Oral Anvil, the night of the 12th and 13th of July, 1943. Across the forests and river valleys of the Bryansk region, roughly 1,114 Soviet partisan sabotage teams were moving toward their assigned targets. They had been briefed, equipped, and positioned over the preceding weeks, coordinated by the Soviet Central Partisan Headquarters in Moscow through a network of radio links that had been tested and rehearsed specifically for this operation. And each team had a specific section of railway line to destroy, a specific method to use, and a specific window of time in which to operate. The method mattered enormously. These teams had been equipped not with the older charges that bent rails, which German repair crews could straighten in 4 hours, but with the newer under-sleeper demolition charges that destroyed both rail and foundation bed simultaneously, requiring complete reconstruction rather than simple rail replacement. A bent rail takes 4 hours to fix. A destroyed bed takes 4 days. At approximately 1 a.m, across roughly 1,200 kilometers of railway lines feeding into the German positions in the Ural Salient, 1,114 sections of track were demolished simultaneously. The Ural Salient's supply arteries were severed at the moment. The Soviet counteroffensive was about to begin. The partisans were not a supporting actor in Operation Kutuzov. They were its opening movement. The standard narrative of Operation Kutuzov, The Soviet offensive against the German-held Orel salient that launched on the 12th of July and culminated in the liberation of Orel on the 5th of August tends to foreground the armoured advance and the battle of encirclement that gradually tightened around Model's Ninth Army. That's understandable. The operational sweep of the counteroffensive is genuinely impressive, and the armoured fighting deserves the attention it receives. But the partisan rail interdiction that preceded and accompanied the ground assault is, to me, the element of Kutuzov that most clearly demonstrates how thoroughly Soviet operational planning had evolved since the disasters of 1941. The Central Partisan Headquarters, an organization that had not existed at all before May of 1942, established barely 14 months before the Kutuzov operation, was coordinating a continental-scale sabotage program with the timing precision of a conventional artillery preparation. That's an extraordinary institutional development compressed into an extraordinarily short period. 1,114 demolitions in a single night, timed to the hour to coincide with the opening of a ground offensive, is not something that happens by accident. It is the product of months of planning, logistics, communications, infrastructure, and training. She conducted entirely in occupied territory under constant German security pressure. The German Railway Directorate East's damage report, covering the 13th of July, is one of the documents I find most revealing in the entire Kutuzov archive. 3 primary rail routes into the Orel salient are listed as non-operational due to partisan demolition. Estimated repair times range from 4 to 11 days for individual routes. Ammunition and fuel supplies to forward units are listed as suspended until Route A, restoration, complete. This document was generated not by a partisan headquarters or by a Soviet operations staff. It was generated by German bureaucrats trying to manage a logistics system that was suddenly failing in multiple places simultaneously. The damage report's language is dry and administrative, but between its lines is the operational reality. Model's Ninth Army, already depleted by 10 days of intense offensive fighting around Ponyri, was now cut off from its main supply arteries at the precise moment when 3 Soviet fronts were about to attack it. The armoured spearheads of Kutuzov drove into defences that were already running low on ammunition they couldn't replace. 3 Soviet fronts, elements of the Bryansk Front, the Western Front, and the Central Front, attacked the Orel salient on the 12th of July from north, east, and south. The initial assault by the Bryansk Front achieved a penetration of roughly 25 kilometers on the first day, significantly faster than Germany's Citadel assault had managed against the Kursk salient in the same period. The comparison is instructive. The Kursk defences had been built specifically to receive and absorb an armoured offensive, 8 lines deep, with mine densities and gun densities calculated from detailed intelligence about the attacking force. The German defences in the Orel salient had been built by an army that expected to be attacking toward Kursk, not defending from the east. The defensive depth was inadequate. The mine densities were a fraction of what the Soviets had constructed in the Kursk salient. Model's forces had been arranged for offensive action, and rearranging them under fire for an entirely different mission, receiving simultaneous attacks from multiple directions while cut off from adequate resupply, was a problem of a different order than anything the German planning for Citadel had considered. Model requested permission to withdraw from the Orel salient on the 15th of July, 3 days after Kutuzov opened. The tactical logic was plain. The salient was indefensible under pressure from 3 directions simultaneously. The supply lines were compromised, and an orderly withdrawal, while the formation still had coherence, would preserve the combat power that a fighting retreat later would destroy. Hitler refused. Model requested again on the 18th of July. Hitler refused again, citing Orel's symbolic importance. The city had been in German hands since October of 1941, and its loss would be a propaganda reverse of significant proportions. The tension between tactical necessity and political symbolism that had already doomed the Sixth Army at Stalingrad was playing out again on a smaller scale in the Orel salient. By the time Hitler authorized a withdrawal on the 26th of July, the window for a clean retreat had narrowed substantially. German divisions that might have withdrawn with 65% of their strength ended the Orel operation at 30 to 40%. The additional casualties of the extended defense, the casualties that resulted from the 11-day delay between Model's first request and Hitler's permission, are the most direct material consequence of the political logic that was overriding operational judgment. When I was cross-referencing the railway demolition figures from the partisan operation with the Ninth Army's supply records for the same period, I found myself spending time on a detail that isn't in any of the operational histories I've read. The Soviet partisan demolition teams had been trained by mid-1943 to distinguish between demolition techniques based on the type of railway infrastructure they were targeting. Main lines with heavy ballast beds required the under-sleeper charges that destroyed the foundation. Branch lines with lighter construction could be adequately disrupted by simpler methods. The Orel Salient's supply network included both types, and the partisan briefing documents apparently specified the correct technique for each assigned target. This level of technical specificity, train different teams with different methods, assign each team to the appropriate target type, is not the work of a guerrilla organization improvising in the field. It's the work of an intelligence and logistics system that had been studying the German railway network in the Orel area for months, mapping it, grading it by importance and construction type, and tailoring the demolition program to maximize the repair time imposed on German engineers. The partisans had become a precision instrument. The Soviet liberation of Orel on the 5th of August prompted Stalin to order the first formal victory salute of the entire war. 12 salvos from 120 artillery pieces in Moscow at midnight. It was a deliberately theatrical gesture. Stalin understood the propaganda value of ceremony in a way that neither Hitler nor Churchill quite matched. And it signaled something that would become a recurring feature of the war's remaining 2 years. Every significant Soviet recapture of a major city would be marked by a salute. The number of guns and the number of salvos were calibrated to the scale of the achievement, and over the following months, the citizens of Moscow became accustomed to the sound of celebratory artillery in the night. For Soviet citizens who had watched the Wehrmacht take city after city in 1941 and 42, the acoustic rhythm of victory was a genuinely significant psychological shift. The artillery of the victory salutes was the same caliber as the artillery at the front, but it was pointing upward. The Orel salient's fall was not simply a tactical reverse for Germany. It eliminated the northern anchoring point of the entire German position in the Central Eastern Front. With Orel gone, Army Group Center's front line had to be pulled back to a new defensive line, Operation Hagen, roughly 150 kilometers further west. Hagen was a prepared position, and the withdrawal to it was, by German standards, competently executed. But it consumed time, fuel, engineering resources, and morale that Army Group Center could not afford to consume in the late summer of 1943. Every kilometer the front moved west was a kilometer closer to Poland, to Belarusia, to the accumulated geography of German strategic depth. The Ninth Army that had launched Citadel with 1,200 tanks and 335,000 men was, by late August, fighting a withdrawal operation with roughly half the armoured strength and significantly reduced infantry. The mathematics of decline had a momentum of their own by this point. They would not be reversed. The final partisan action I want to mention from the Kutuzov period isn't the largest or the most operationally significant, but it's the one that, to me, best captures the nature of what the partisan war in the Ural region had become by the summer of 1943. A German railway repair team, engineers assigned to the restoration of one of the sabotaged lines north of Ural, completed repairs on a demolished section during the afternoon of a day in mid-July. They cleared the rubble, relaid the track, tamped the ballast, and tested the line. It was serviceable. That night, the same section was demolished again. The same team returned the next morning. They repaired it again. That night, it was demolished again. This cycle, repair, demolish, repair, demolish, went on for 4 consecutive days before the repair team was withdrawn, because the security situation made their work untenable. 4 days of German engineering labour, repeated and cancelled and repeated again. The line never carried a single supply train in that period. The partisans hadn't won a battle. They'd simply made a specific stretch of railway permanently unusable by the act of waiting. Chapter 11. The Human Cost. Letters that were never sent in the German Federal Archives in Berlin, Lichterfelde, in a collection of personal correspondence recovered from the battlefield. There is a letter. It was found on the body of a soldier identified in the collection catalogue only by initials HK of the 11th Panzer Division. The letter is dated the 8th of July, 1943. It was never finished and never sent. The handwriting is careful, the hand of someone who understood that letters were permanent in a way that speech was not. The opening paragraphs describe the heat, the dust, the unchanging flatness of the Ukrainian steppe in summer. Then it shifts. The sun is very strong here, HK wrote, and the steppe is beautiful in the morning, before things begin. I think of the garden. Tell mother the garden is what I think about. He didn't finish the sentence. Below the last completed line, in a different ink, the ink of someone else's pen, 4 more words have been added. Gefallen 9. Juli, fallen 9th of July. Someone, a comrade probably, doing the difficult bureaucratic work that soldiers do for each other in the field, completed the letter with the minimum necessary fact. The day after it was written. The letter ends where the man ended. In the morning, on the steppe, thinking about a garden. The aggregate statistics of the Battle of Kursk, when laid end to end, as they usually are in operational histories, produce a kind of numerical anesthesia. Total German casualties between the 5th of July and the 23rd of August. Roughly 200,000 killed, wounded, or missing. Soviet casualties in the same period, approximately 863,000. Nearly 1 million human beings hurt or killed in 7 weeks, in an area the size of a middle-sized European country. Those numbers are real, and they are important, and they should not be softened. But they also, paradoxically, make the suffering harder to apprehend rather than easier, because the mind reaches a threshold beyond which more tonnage simply produces more distance. The letter from HK doesn't do that. It does the opposite. It makes the distance collapse into one specific morning, one specific garden, one specific person who was alive on the 8th of July and dead on the 9th. The Soviet side of this human accounting has its own archival texture, different in form but not in weight. A military correspondent named V. Karpov, embedded with an engineering unit, during the mine-laying phase of the defensive preparation, published a dispatch in Krasnaya Zvezda in August of 1943 that described the night work of laying anti-tank mines close to the front lines. The detail I find most striking in Karpov's piece is not about the mines themselves. It's about the silence. They worked without speaking, he wrote, because the enemy was close enough to hear voices and because there was nothing to say. The work said everything. A few paragraphs later, he described one of the sappers, a young man from a collective farm near Voronezh, the correspondent wrote, without giving a name, who paused in his work and looked at the mine he'd just buried in the earth. He covered it over carefully, Karpov wrote, as if he were tucking something in. It's a strange image. A mine which is designed to damage and destroy, being treated with the gesture of something fragile and sleeping. But I think Karpov understood something about the psychology of that work that no operational report captures. The way the men laying the mines had invested them with the weight of everything they were trying to protect. The German field hospital records for the 4th Panzer Army sector, covering the first 2 weeks of July, record casualties not by name, but by wound category and triage classification. The medical war diary for the 10th of July notes the arrival of 127 burn casualties from tank crews. 43 are classified in the most serious wound category. Surgical capacity is at 140% of the designed operational load. These entries continue with similar figures for the 11th and 12th of July. The abstraction of soldiers into wound categories, penetrating, burn, blast, crush, is the medical system performing its necessary function, which is to manage overwhelming volume through efficient triage. It's also, from a historical distance, give one of the stranger documents of industrialized warfare, human beings entering one end of an administrative system as named individuals in named units and emerging in the official record as data points in a wound distribution chart. The medical war diary for the entire Citadel period processed approximately 12,400 surgical cases in 10 days. At an average of 45 minutes per major procedure, the surgical load across the Army's medical service amounted to roughly 9,300 surgeon hours. The logistics of anesthetic agents, blood plasma, sterile dressings, and surgical instruments for this volume required a dedicated supply chain that competed with ammunition and fuel for every available ton of rail capacity. The primary cause of death among German tank crews at Kursk was fire. When an armor-piercing projectile penetrated German tank armor, and the majority of fatal penetrations came from the flanks or rear, where armor was thinnest. The most common secondary effect was the ignition of stored ammunition or fuel. German tanks of this period stored ammunition in unprotected racks along the fighting compartment walls. A penetrating round or its fragmentation could initiate a propellant fire within a very short interval. Crew survival from such fires was, by post-war analysis, approximately 30%. The escape hatches on Panzer IV and Panzer III tanks required between 8 and 12 seconds to open from inside. The interval between ignition and fatal temperature was typically 4 to 6 seconds. The mathematics here don't need elaboration. They need only to be read and allowed to land. A woman named Vera Ilyinichna Semenova, living in Kursk city during the battle, inside the salient but behind the front line, not a combatant, wrote a letter to her son sometime in early July of 1943. The letter is preserved in the Kursk Regional Archive. The location of her son's unit has been censored out of the letter, routine wartime practice. She describes the sound of aircraft overhead for 2 consecutive days, and the local instruction to go to the cellars during alerts. I went once, she wrote, but felt worse there than in the house. The house has windows at least. It's a remark of almost startling ordinariness, the preference for a room with windows over a safe shelter, because the windows are connected to the world. Vera Semenova wasn't fighting. She was simply living in a city around which one of the largest battles in history was being organized, with windows. When I think about what documents like Vera Semenova's letter or HK's unfinished note actually are, their function in a historical account of a battle, I find myself returning to a distinction that a Soviet veteran, Semyon Morozov, made in an interview recorded in the early 1990s. Morozov had driven a T-34 at Prokhorovka, and after more than 40 years, he was describing what it had done to him. Not physically, he'd survived physically largely intact, but he described being unable to tolerate loud, sudden noises for 3 years after the battle. A door slamming would send him to the floor. His wife thought he was behaving strangely. He never explained it to her. I still haven't, he told his interviewer. I am telling you instead. What Morozov was describing, the heightened startle response, the avoidance of the crowded account, would be recognizable to any modern clinician as a trauma response. In the Soviet Army of 1943, it had no clinical name. Soldiers exhibiting persistent disruptions of normal function after combat were frequently processed as disciplinary problems rather than medical ones. The system didn't have a category for what Morozov had, so he carried it privately for decades, until a researcher with a tape recorder sat across from him in a room somewhere and gave him the space to say it. The Memorial Society of Russia, the NGO that from 1988 to 2021 collected oral history testimony from Soviet war veterans, gathered more than 40,000 individual accounts from Eastern Front survivors, including a significant number from Kursk veterans. The accounts describe a consistent phenomenon that appears in roughly 30% of the Kursk testimonies that memorial scholars reviewed. The inability to integrate the scale of the battle into a coherent personal narrative. I cannot explain it appears repeatedly. Not, I don't want to explain it, or it is too painful to explain. Just, I cannot. The scale was genuinely beyond the narrative capacity of individual experience. 3.5 million people, 13,000 tanks, 8,000 aircraft, in an area the size of Switzerland, over 50 days. The individual moved through this as through an incomprehensible weather event, making local decisions with local information, without access to the operational map that would have explained what the noise to the left and the column of smoke on the right actually meant in strategic terms. Most veterans of Kursk didn't experience the Battle of Kursk. They experienced their own specific patch of it, which was often just as violent and just as exhausting, and had, as a narrative shape, something closer to chaos than to a story. There is one more document I want to mention before this chapter closes. It isn't from a soldier, and it isn't from a civilian close to the front. It's from the Belgorod Regional Archive, an oral history taken sometime in the early 1990s. Due from a woman identified in the archive's index as M.G. Shulga, who was 14 years old in August of 1943, when Soviet forces entered Belgorod during Operation Rumyantsev. She described watching tanks drive into the city. Her family had gone to the street with flowers, she said, a Soviet custom at liberations, which had become a kind of civic ritual by 1943. We ran out with flowers, she told the interviewer. But the soldiers did not look like men who had won something. They looked like men who had survived something. There is a difference. She was 14. She had probably never been to a city before that was being liberated, and she understood instinctively either distinction that 50 years of official commemoration has worked very hard to obscure, that there is a difference between winning and surviving, and that the men driving those tanks had done a great deal more of the second than anyone's victory narrative was going to acknowledge. I think she was right. I think she was more right looking at those tanks than most of the histories that have been written about them. Chapter 12. Operation Rumyantsev, the Southern Hammer. The 3rd of August, 1943. 0500 hours. In the operational diary of the Soviet Steppe Front, the entry for this morning has the compressed urgency of a document written by someone who knows that what is happening outside the window is going to require a great deal of paper later. 0500, artillery preparation commenced. G0800, 6th Guards. Army reports 1st defensive line penetrated. 0900, tank armies ordered forward. 9 words on a clock face, from the opening barrage to the commitment of armoured exploitation forces. 9 words spanning 4 hours of the most professionally executed Soviet offensive operation of the entire Kursk campaign. The Germans had needed 7 days, and the entire weight of their southern armoured force to achieve comparable penetrations against the Kursk defensive system. The Soviets at Belgorod needed 4 hours. The direction of the learning curve between July and August of 1943 is visible in that arithmetic. Operation Rumyantsev, formerly the Belgorod-Kharkov Strategic Offensive Operation, was the southern counteroffensive that Zhukov's April strategy had always envisioned as the second half of the Kursk strategic sequence. While Kutuzov destroyed the German position in the Ural salient to the north, Rumyantsev would drive through the German positions south of the Kursk salient, capture Belgorod and Kharkov, and eliminate Army Group South's operational reserve. The force committed to Rumyantsev was formidable by any standard. Approximately 980,000 men across the Voronezh and Steppe fronts, 2,439 tanks and self-propelled guns, and 12,627 artillery pieces, against a German 4th Panzer Army that was already depleted from Citadel, that lacked the defensive depth it hadn't needed to build when it expected to be attacking, and whose reserves were now urgently needed in 2 places simultaneously: the Ural withdrawal to the north and the Belgorod front to the south. The artillery preparation on the morning of the 3rd of August expended approximately 3,200 tons of shells in a 2-hour period, a rate of roughly 26 tons per minute across a 60-kilometre attack frontage. Calculated per kilometre of German defensive front, this represents approximately 53 tons of high explosive, delivered to each kilometre of defended territory in 120 minutes. A German defensive position that hadn't been hardened to the multi-line depth of the Kursk salient simply ceased to function as an organized fighting entity within the first 20 minutes of that bombardment. The guns that produced this effect weren't dispersed across multiple German approaches in a way that spread their impact thin. They were massed. The Soviet artillery division structure that had enabled the Kursk counter-preparation barrage in July was being applied here on an even larger scale, with the accumulated experience of a month of successful counter-offensive operations behind it. What made Rumyantsev succeed so rapidly wasn't just the artillery preparation, though that was decisive. It was the exploitation mechanism that Soviet planners had been developing and refining since the early days of the counteroffensive. The Soviet concept of the Podvizhnaya Grupa, the mobile group, was, by August of 1943, a refined instrument. A mobile group was a combined arms team of tanks, motorized infantry, self-propelled artillery, and bridging engineers, held in deep echelon behind the main assault divisions and tasked with a specific exploitation mission once breakthrough was achieved. The key innovation was in how mobile group commanders were briefed and prepared. They received their exploitation orders in detail before the battle began, with pre-planned routes, contingency missions for different penetration depths, and pre-arranged coordination with supporting aircraft. When Vatutin's assault divisions reported breakthrough at 0800 on the 3rd of August, the tank army commanders didn't need to request instructions or wait for orders to be drafted. They had their orders. They moved at 0900, 1 hour from breakthrough report to exploitation force in motion. By comparison, the German armoured exploitation operations at the start of Citadel, which required command decisions made in response to unfolding events, took considerably longer to generate movement. Belgorod fell on the 5th of August. The announcement came through Soviet radio channels in the evening, and Stalin ordered the double salute for both Orel, liberated on the same day by Kutuzov, and Belgorod, liberated by Rumyantsev. 224 guns firing in Moscow. It was, in its way, a strategic communication as much as a celebration. Both pincers of the Soviet summer counteroffensive had reached their first phase objectives on the same day. The synchronization was not accidental. Zhukov's April strategy had explicitly called for simultaneous operations on both shoulders of the salient, precisely to prevent Germany from shifting reserves from one front to the other. If Orel and Belgorod fell on different days, Germany could move reserves from the stable front to the threatened one. If they fell on the same day, there was no stable front from which to move. The two salvos of the Moscow salute were the acoustic announcement that this synchronization had been achieved. The German response to Rumyantsev's breakthrough was the only response available to a force in Manstein's position: counterattack with the SS Panzer Corps, which had been partially refreshed since Citadel and Prokhorovka. The counterattack, launched in the period around the 11th and 12th of August, achieved local success north of Kharkov, temporarily stabilizing a section of front that Soviet armor had been pressing south through. The after-action German assessments present this as evidence of the situation being not yet irretrievable, and Manstein's memoirs describe this period with characteristic optimism. But the Soviet operational records for the same days show something that makes the German optimism difficult to sustain. While the SS Corps was stabilizing one section of front north of Kharkov, 3 Soviet rifle armies were bypassing the city from the east and south, working around the temporarily held line in a movement that would, within days, threaten the encirclement of everything Manstein was trying to hold. The tactical success of the SS counterattack was strategically irrelevant, because it was addressing one problem while 3 others developed simultaneously. I find Ivan Konev's story, at this point in the campaign, one of the more compelling individual arcs in the entire Kursk narrative. Konev was commanding the Steppe front, the formation responsible for the exploitation phase of Rumyantsev, once the Voronezh front's assault divisions had achieved breakthrough. He was not, in August of 1943, a figure of particular public renown. But what I find genuinely striking, when I cross-reference his Steppe front operational decisions in August with his earlier record, is the distance between the officer who in October of 1941 had presided over one of the war's most catastrophic Soviet defeats, the Vyazma encirclement in which German armor had destroyed or captured hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers in a matter of days, and the officer who in August of 1943 was executing the kind of deep armored exploitation that the Germans had used to produce that disaster. Konev had, in 2 years of the most brutal operational education available, learned the thing that had defeated him. The Soviet army, in miniature, embodied in one officer's career. The encirclement threat to Kharkov developed rapidly through the second and third weeks of August. Soviet mobile groups driving south and east of the city cut the railway lines that represented Germany's last reliable supply route into the urban area. By the 20th of August, German intelligence was calculating that the window for an orderly withdrawal of the Kharkov garrison, roughly 18 divisions, was measured in hours rather than days. Hitler's standing order was to hold the city. The order came with the same language that had accompanied the Stalingrad siege: to hold at all costs, to make the city a fortress, to defend to the last. General Otto Wöhler, commanding German forces in the Kharkov area, read his situation reports on the evening of the 22nd of August and made a decision. He ordered a withdrawal. It was, technically, a tactical adjustment within his command authority. It was, in substance, a choice of his soldiers' lives over a city that could not be held. The withdrawal began at 2200 hours on the 22nd. Kharkov was entered by Soviet forces at 0400 on the 23rd of August, 1943. It was the fourth time the city had changed hands since 1941. The date, the 23rd of August, became the conventional endpoint of the Battle of Kursk, 50 days after the German assault opened on the 5th of July. In those 50 days, Germany had launched its last major strategic offensive on the Eastern Front, consumed the armoured reserves it had spent the winter rebuilding, lost the operational initiative it had never fully recovered since Stalingrad, and retreated an average of between 150 and 200 kilometers from its pre-Citadel positions. The Steppe Front operational diary recorded the liberation of Kharkov in its characteristic terse style. Time of entry, units involved, city secured. No rhetoric, no triumph language, just the facts of a job completed. After the entry, a blank space. The diary needed to be ready for the next day's operations. Chapter 13. Kharkov, the Fourth Battle and the End of the German East. The 22nd of August, 1943. Somewhere in the German command structure responsible for the Kharkov area, two documents exist simultaneously on the same administrative layer. The first is a teleprinter message from higher headquarters, bearing Hitler's explicit instruction: hold Kharkov. The language is unambiguous, the authority is absolute, and it carries the weight of a command structure in which disobedience, even tactically justified disobedience, had historically carried consequences that extended well beyond a formal reprimand. The second document is a withdrawal order, signed by General Otto Wöhler, commanding German forces in the area, instructing all formations to begin a phased withdrawal at 2200 hours. Between these two documents, one ordering defense, one ordering retreat, lies a decision that saved approximately 200,000 German soldiers from encirclement and probable destruction, and that has received almost no attention in the popular history of the Eastern Front. Wöhler is not a name that appears in most accounts of the Kursk campaign. He doesn't have the memoir-generated prominence of Manstein or the legendary status of Model. He was a professional soldier who read his situation reports carefully, calculated that holding the city meant losing the army, and chose the army. He did it quietly, and it worked, and he went back to running his command. The city of Kharkov had been a contested prize since October of 1941. It had been taken by German forces in that first terrible autumn of Barbarossa, recaptured by Soviet forces in May of 1942, lost again to the Wehrmacht in May of that same year in the Second Battle of Kharkov, one of the most costly Soviet defeats of the entire war. and then retaken by Manstein's forces in the Third Battle of Kharkov in March of 1943, which had stabilized the southern front after Stalingrad and contributed directly to the creation of the Kursk salient. 4 changes of hands in less than 2 years. Each exchange had been purchased at costs measured in tens of thousands of lives, and in the systematic destruction of the city's physical fabric. By August of 1943, Kharkov had lost approximately 70% of its pre-war building stock to the accumulated damage of repeated battles, occupation, and the deliberate destruction that attended each change of control. The city that Soviet forces entered for the 4th and final time on the 23rd of August was not the city that German forces had taken in October of 1941. What remained was largely rubble with streets running through it. The strategic context of the 4th Battle of Kharkov was shaped by the speed of Rumyantsev's advance in the first 3 weeks of August. Soviet mobile groups from the Voronezh and Steppe fronts had driven south and east of the city with a rapidity that German defensive planning had not anticipated, cutting the rail lines south of Kharkov and threatening to close the encirclement ring around everything inside the city perimeter. The German garrison, approximately 18 divisions in varying states of combat effectiveness after the Citadel fighting, faced a situation that was geometrically familiar to anyone who had studied Stalingrad. A major city, German forces holding it against explicit orders to withdraw, Soviet armored spearheads cutting the supply lines. The differences from Stalingrad were that Wöhler moved faster than Paulus had. The encirclement ring was not yet closed when he gave the withdrawal order, and Hitler's intervention was delayed long enough for the order to take effect. These differences were, for 200,000 German soldiers, the difference between captivity and a continued war. Wöhler's withdrawal was made possible by a specific piece of German railway logistics that deserves mention precisely because it illustrates how much of military history is determined by unglamorous infrastructure decisions made long before any battle begins. German railway troops had pre-positioned a dedicated evacuation train at Kharkov South Station. 47 flat cars and 23 rolling stock carriages, held specifically as an emergency asset in case rapid withdrawal became necessary. Over approximately 6 hours of the withdrawal night, this train made 2 round trips out of the city, evacuating critical equipment and wounded personnel who couldn't move by road. The line was under intermittent artillery fire. The trips were made anyway. The pre-positioned train was not an improvisation. It was the product of a planning process that had, somewhere in its chain, an officer who anticipated that Kharkov might need to be evacuated quickly and made the arrangement in advance. That officer's name isn't in the histories, but the train ran. The Soviet entry into Kharkov on the 23rd of August has a documentary texture that I want to spend some time with, because it captures something about the experience of liberation that the operational histories gloss over. The 53rd Army's Liberation Report, dated the 23rd, records the entry time, the routes used, and the immediate tactical dispositions of the leading formations. Standard operational language. But the oral history material from Kharkov civilians who were present that morning describes something that the operational report doesn't have a category for. M.G. Schulger, 14 years old, whose account we encountered in the previous chapter, remembered the tanks driving through streets that still had fires burning in some of the buildings. She remembered the soldiers' faces. They did not look like men who had won something, she said. They looked like men who had survived something. It's a distinction that the formal records can't make, because formal records are written by and for institutions, and institutions have no category for the difference between winning and surviving. The soldiers driving those tanks on the 23rd of August had been at Prokhorovka, had been in the mine belts on the 5th of July, had been in the grinding defensive fighting for 3 months before that. They had survived something. The city around them was evidence of what? The significance of August the 23rd in the context of the wider battle requires some careful handling, because the turning point language tends to get attached to it in ways that I want to examine rather than simply accept. The standard formulation is that Kharkov's final liberation on this date marked the decisive end of German offensive capability on the Eastern Front. That's broadly accurate, but the underlying mechanics are worth being precise about. Germany's strategic offensive capability on the Eastern Front had been effectively exhausted at Stalingrad in February of 1943. What Kursk eliminated, what the 50 days between the 5th of July and the 23rd of August consumed, was Germany's remaining ability to conduct sustained defensive operations that could stabilize the Eastern Front at any line west of the existing one. These are different thresholds, and conflating them produces a picture in which Stalingrad is insufficiently decisive, and Kursk is excessively decisive. Both battles were necessary steps in the same process. Stalingrad ended German strategic possibility. Kursk ended German operational viability. The retreat that followed Kharkov's liberation wasn't caused by Kursk. It was the continuation of a process that Stalingrad had begun, and Kursk had accelerated past the point of recovery. When I was working through the Army Group South records for August of 1943, trying to understand what Manstein's command actually had available for the defense of the Kharkov area, I kept being drawn back to a set of numbers that don't appear prominently in most accounts, the replacement figures. For each week of July and August, the Army Group South records show the number of trained replacements received from Germany to replenish the infantry divisions that had taken casualties in Citadel and Rumyantsev. The figures are consistently and significantly smaller than the casualty figures for the same periods. Germany was losing infantry faster than it was producing replacements. This wasn't a temporary imbalance caused by a particularly intense period of fighting. It was a structural feature of Germany's manpower situation by mid-1943. The combat divisions of Army Group South were getting smaller with every engagement, and the replacements being fed in were on average less experienced than the men they were replacing. The army that defended Kharkov in August was not a recovered version of the army that attacked in July. It was a smaller and less experienced version of it. The replacement deficit is visible in the records. It didn't improve. The 4 battles for Kharkov had left the city in a condition that will probably never be fully documented in human terms. Military records can count the building damage percentages and estimate the military casualties. They are less equipped to count the civilians who died during occupation. Through deliberate action, through shortage, through the accumulated violence of repeated military operations over 2 years. Post-war Soviet estimates of civilian deaths in Kharkov during the occupation period are in the range of tens of thousands. But the uncertainty bands around those estimates are wide, because the record-keeping during the occupation was deliberately incomplete, and the records that did exist were frequently destroyed before liberation. The rubble removal alone, roughly 12 million cubic meters of demolished building material by post-war engineering estimates, wasn't completed until 1950. 7 years of clearing up. The city that fought over is not the city that rebuilds. The rebuilding takes longer and costs more and produces a different place than what was there before, because the people who would have built it aren't there, and the money that would have paid for it has been spent on the fighting. There's a single detail in the documentation of the German withdrawal from Kharkov that I want to end this chapter with. In the Army Group South War diary entry for the 22nd of August, the night of the withdrawal, there's a note appended to the operational record in a different hand than the main text. It records that several German units withdrawing through the western suburbs of the city passed through a residential district where some of the buildings were still occupied by civilians. The civilians, according to the note, watched the columns pass in silence. No hostile act, no demonstration, just watching. The column moved through, the soldiers didn't stop, and the city passed from German to Soviet administration in the dark. In the early hours of the 23rd, with approximately 200,000 German soldiers moving west through it, and then past it, and then away from it, and the civilians standing at their windows watching them go. The entry doesn't editorialize. It just records that the watching happened. I find that silence, documented in a military operational diary, as if it were a tactical observation, one of the most human things in the entire archive. Chapter 14. Was it really the turning point? The historiographical reckoning. There's a sentence that appears in various formulations in roughly 80% of the English language histories of the Battle of Kursk. It goes something like this. Kursk was the decisive turning point of the Second World War on the Eastern Front. Sometimes it's qualified slightly, one of the decisive turning points, and sometimes it isn't qualified at all. David Glantz, whose operational analyses of the Eastern Front are among the most rigorous in the scholarly literature, noted in his introduction to the subject that the phrase turning point had, by the time he was writing, become a historical formality rather than an analytical claim. He was right. It has become the kind of sentence that closes a chapter or introduces a documentary segment, and whose job is to signal significance rather than establish it. I want to spend this chapter actually establishing it, or in some important ways, uncomplicating it, because the turning point formulation conceals more than it reveals, and what it conceals happens to be the most interesting part of the story. The first complication is chronological. If we are going to assign a moment at which Germany's strategic position on the Eastern Front became irreversible, the moment at which the war in the East could not be won, that moment is Stalingrad, not Kursk. The fall of the Sixth Army in February of 1943 removed not just a specific formation, but the reserve of manpower, equipment, and strategic confidence that Germany needed to maintain the offensive posture on the Eastern Front that its entire war strategy required. After Stalingrad, Germany was defending a front that was too long for its available forces, with a manpower replacement rate that couldn't keep pace with attrition, against an enemy whose industrial output was already exceeding Germany's in the categories that mattered most. Kursk didn't create that situation. It confirmed and accelerated it. The distinction matters because misassigning the turning point to Kursk rather than Stalingrad produces a narrative in which Kursk was a close-run thing, a battle that could have gone the other way, when in fact the strategic trajectory had been set months before. The first Tiger crossed the start line on the 5th of July. The second complication concerns the tank loss figures, and this is where the historiographical debate becomes genuinely interesting, rather than merely definitional. And the figures most commonly cited in popular histories of Kursk, German tank losses of somewhere between 1,200 and 3,000 vehicles destroyed, derive substantially from Soviet official histories published in the 1960s and 70s, which were themselves based on inflated Soviet kill claims of the kind we've examined in the Prokhorovka chapter. Post-Soviet archival work by Zetterling, Frankson, Zamulin, and the German historian Roman Töppel has produced a revised picture with significantly different numbers. German irrecoverable armoured vehicle losses during Operation Citadel, specifically, are now placed in the range of approximately 760 to 1,200 vehicles destroyed. Significant but replaceable within Germany's production capacity for the remainder of 1943. Soviet losses during the same period, including the counteroffensives, ran to approximately 6,064 tanks by the most careful recent estimate. The Soviets lost more tanks at Kursk than the Germans did. The Soviets won the battle. These two facts require an explanation that goes beyond tank versus tank arithmetic. The explanation is production. Soviet tank production in 1943 ran to approximately 15,812 vehicles. German production of tanks and assault guns combined for the same year was approximately 10,700. The difference, roughly 5,000 vehicles, exceeds the entire German armoured force committed to Citadel. In the time it took Germany to plan, delay, launch, and cancel Operation Citadel, the Soviet Union produced, delivered, and crewed enough tanks to replace the entire German armoured strength on the Eastern Front. This isn't a rhetorical point. It's the mathematical foundation on which the battle's outcome rests. Germany could afford to lose fewer tanks than it lost. The Soviet Union could afford to lose more tanks than it lost, and still have enough to continue. When you understand this, the could Citadel have succeeded debate takes on a different character. Even granting the lost victory argument its most generous interpretation, an April launch against incomplete Soviet defenses, achieving the planned encirclement, destroying major Soviet forces in the salient, the production arithmetic sets a ceiling on what any tactical success could achieve strategically. A German victory at Kursk in April of 1943 would have been a victory against an enemy that was producing tanks faster than Germany could destroy them, using a force that Germany couldn't replace at the rate it was consuming them. I want to address the could have succeeded argument directly and fairly, because I think it deserves better than dismissal. The historians who advance it, Zetterling and Frankson, in their statistical analysis, parts of the Newton-edited German view, and various operational researchers who have modelled the April launch scenario, make a legitimate point when they argue that Soviet defensive preparations in April were significantly less complete than in July. The mine density in April was perhaps a third of what it reached by July. The anti-tank gun dispositions were still being worked out. Several of the defensive lines were incomplete. A May launch against this incomplete system would have faced different odds than the July attack actually faced. I accept this argument. Where I don't accept it is in the next step. The assumption that German success in breaking through an incomplete Soviet defensive system would have translated into strategic recovery. That step requires ignoring the production figures, and the production figures don't care about operational elegance. The convergence of three independent scholarly traditions, Swedish, Russian, and German, on broadly consistent revised figures for the battle's losses is, to me, one of the genuinely interesting epistemological events in the historiography of the Second World War. Zetterling working from German records, Zamulin working from Soviet records, Töppel working from both, all arriving at conclusions that are broadly consistent, despite having started from different archival bases and different national historiographical traditions. This kind of convergence, where independent researchers with independent sources reach similar conclusions, is as close to historical certainty as this material is likely to get. The persistent gap between this consensus and what most popular accounts of Kursk still say is a function of publication volumes and citation networks rather than evidential quality. The 1.2 million copies of the Soviet official history with the inflated figures are still out there. The scholarly corrections are in journals with circulation figures measured in thousands. Myth has the advantage of scale. It usually does. When I was cross-referencing the production figures with the casualty rates to try to identify at what point during the battle the strategic equation became irreversible, not the war, just this specific battle, I found myself spending a long time with a single week of data, the period from the 12th to the 19th of July. In that week, the Battle of Prokhorovka occurred and ended inconclusively. Operation Kutuzov broke through the Oral Salient's defenses and began the liberation sequence that would reach Oral on the 5th of August. Hitler cancelled Citadel, and Soviet tank production delivered approximately 304 new vehicles to the Eastern Front from Ural and Siberian factories. In 1 week of fighting, Prokhorovka consumed 546 Soviet armored vehicles. In the same week, Soviet industry replaced roughly 300 of them. The replacement rate was approximately 55% of the loss rate at Prokhorovka specifically. But Prokhorovka was the most expensive single day of the entire campaign. At normal operational consumption rates, Soviet production was broadly keeping pace. Germany's, at equivalent loss rates, wasn't. The turning point question has a version that I think is actually defensible rather than formulaic, and it goes like this. Kursk was the last moment at which Germany could have conducted an operation large enough to potentially alter the Eastern Front's strategic trajectory, and the failure of that operation removed the possibility of future attempts of equivalent scale. That's different from saying Kursk turned the war, as if the war had been going in Germany's favor until July 1943 and reversed after it. The war had been going against Germany since Stalingrad. What Kursk eliminated was the last theoretical possibility of reversing that trend through a single large armored offensive. After Kursk, there would be no more citadels, not because Germany didn't try, but because Germany no longer had the armored reserve to mount one. The Panther and Tiger production that continued through 1943 and 44 fed directly into defensive battles and local counterattacks, never again accumulating into a concentration comparable to what was committed on the 5th of July. The door that Kursk closed was the door to the kind of mobile offensive warfare that had defined German strategy since 1941. It was never reopened. The 3 historians whose revised figures I trust most on this battle, Zamolin, Zetterling, and Töppel, share one characteristic that I find worth noting. Each of them encountered institutional resistance to their conclusions at some point in their research careers. Zamolin reportedly faced pressure from the Prokhorovka Museum administration not to publish figures that contradicted the official version. Zetterling and Frankson's statistical analysis was initially dismissed in some quarters as an attempt to rehabilitate German military performance, rather than establish historical accuracy. Töppel's work, published in German and only recently translated, required years of archival persistence through documentation that multiple previous researchers had concluded was too fragmentary to support definitive conclusions. The revised history of Prokhorovka and Kursk exists because 3 researchers in 3 countries decided that the archival evidence mattered more than the comfortable version. That's not a common decision. Most of the comfortable version of history is comfortable precisely because the people who could complicate it decided not to. Chapter 15. What the survivors carried. Sometime in 1991, in a room in a Russian city whose name isn't recorded in the interview transcript, a man named Semyon Ivanov Morozov sat across from a researcher with a tape recorder and described what the Battle of Prokhorovka had done to him, and not the battle itself. He didn't spend much time on the battle, beyond establishing that he'd driven a T-34 in the engagement on the 12th of July. What he described was the aftermath, measured not in official records, but in the texture of his own life afterward. For 3 years after the battle, he said, a sudden loud noise, a door slamming, a vehicle backfiring, would send him to the floor. His wife didn't understand it. He never explained it to her. I still haven't, he told the researcher. Then he paused. Then, I am telling you instead. The interview was conducted by a researcher from the Memorial Society, the Russian NGO, that spent 3 decades collecting oral history from Soviet war veterans before it was forcibly liquidated by the Russian government in 2021. Morozov was 68 when the interview was recorded. He had been carrying what he described for 48 years. He'd found nobody to put it down with until a researcher with a tape recorder gave him the space. The Memorial Society's archive, before its dissolution, contained testimony from more than 40,000 Eastern Front veterans. A significant subset of these accounts came from Kursk veterans, tank crews, infantry, engineers, artillerists, medical personnel, and civilians who had been in the Salient during the fighting. Memorial scholars who reviewed the Kursk testimonies identified a consistent pattern in approximately 30% of them. A specific kind of inability, not unwillingness, to narrate the battle coherently. I cannot explain it appears repeatedly. A not, I choose not to explain it. Not, it is too painful. Just the flat admission that the experience had been too large or too fragmented or too far outside the vocabulary of ordinary life to be given the shape of a story. This is a recognizable phenomenon. Researchers who study trauma testimony from various extreme events have documented it across different cultures and different periods. But its specific prevalence in Kursk testimonies is, to me, historically significant. The battle was, by the measures we use for these things, simply too large for individual experience to contain as narrative. 3.5 million people, 50 days, an area the size of Switzerland. The individual moving through this had access to perhaps a few hundred meters of it at any given moment. The rest was noise, smoke, and the assumption that something was happening somewhere that made one's own piece of it necessary. Rotmistrov's late career relationship with his own history is worth examining here, because it's one of the more humanly complex documents of the Soviet veteran experience. In his 1984 memoir, The Steel Guard, published when he was in his late 70s, and when the Soviet Union was still intact and its official histories were still authoritative, Rotmistrov maintains the version of Prokhorovka that he had constructed in the July 14 report 2 days after the battle. The triumphalist framing, the inflated German losses, the emphasis on the battlefield remaining in Soviet hands. The memoir was a product of its institutional context. Rotmistrov was a marshal of armored forces, a decorated officer of the Soviet state, and his memoir was implicitly a state document as well as a personal one. But in a later interview, conducted in the early 1990s, as the Soviet Union was dissolving and the institutional pressure that had shaped the memoir was relaxing, he was asked a more direct question: whether the losses at Prokhorovka had been justified. He paused, according to the interviewer's account, for a long time. Then, we stopped them. That was all we needed to do. Whether it was beautiful, that I cannot tell you. It isn't quite a retraction of the memoir's version, but it's a different register. The register of a man speaking for himself rather than for a record, and finding that the honest answer to the question is smaller and quieter than the official version had been. Werner Kempf, whose Panzer group had fought on the southern shoulder of Citadel, gave post-war testimony that was collected and edited by Stephen Newton. Kempf described the experience of the Kursk fighting from the German command side in terms that, I think, tell us something important about the psychology of the German command culture in the Middle War. He spoke of a permanent state of knowing you have already failed and continuing regardless. It's a remarkable formulation. Not, we fought hard and lost. Not, the odds were against us. A permanent state of knowing failure while continuing. The gap between what commanders understood operationally and what they were institutionally required to do was by summer of 1943 a fixture of German higher command. The operational logic said the Kursk offensive couldn't achieve its objectives against defenses of this depth. The institutional logic said the offensive must proceed because the alternatives were worse. Kempf and others like him lived in the space between those two logics, and that space appears, in their testimony, as something that didn't have a word yet for what it was. The specific way that combat stress presented in Soviet and German veterans of Kursk, and wasn't treated because neither army had a treatment framework, is a piece of the battle's human accounting that the operational histories inevitably exclude. The German Wehrmacht used the First World War category of Kriegszitterer, war trembler, to describe soldiers who exhibited persistent disruptions of normal function following combat. The term attributed the symptoms to physical shock rather than psychological mechanism, and the treatment approach was correspondingly physical. Rest, possibly medication, return to duty. Soviet military culture was less medically generous. Persistent disruption of function was frequently processed as a disciplinary matter, since the alternative, acknowledging that combat could produce lasting psychological damage in healthy soldiers, was institutionally inconvenient for a military culture that required soldiers to continue functioning through conditions that were objectively extreme. The result, in both armies, was a generation of men who carried what we would now call post-traumatic stress disorder as a private condition, without name, without treatment, and without the social permission to acknowledge it as something that had happened to them rather than something that was wrong with them. Morozov spent 3 years hitting the floor at loud noises before it stopped. He never told his wife. He told a researcher with a tape recorder 48 years later, when there was finally space for it. The Memorial Society's archive is now, as of the time of writing, in a condition of uncertain preservation. The organization was forcibly liquidated by a Russian Supreme Court ruling in December of 2021, on the grounds that it was a foreign agent, a designation that carries specific legal consequences under Russian law, and that was, in the assessment of most independent observers, applied for political rather than legal reasons. The archive, roughly 40,000 linear meters of interview transcripts, photographs, correspondence and personal documents, was transferred to the International Memorial in Paris following the liquidation. As of mid-2025, approximately 15,000 linear meters of it remained undigitized, inaccessible to researchers who cannot travel to Paris or who lack the language skills to work with Russian language materials in person. The Kursk testimonies that were digitized before the liquidation are accessible. Those that weren't may effectively be unavailable to researchers for an indeterminate period. An archive of survivor testimony built over 30 years is the kind of thing that takes 30 years to build and can be made functionally inaccessible in a single legal proceeding. The Memorial Society's dissolution is not a footnote to the history of Kursk. It is the continuation of that history by other means. I want to be direct about what I think the memorial liquidation means in the context of this documentary series. The testimonies we've drawn on, Morozov's account of Prokhorovka, Kirichenko's description of digging himself into the earth, Shulga's observation about winning versus surviving, exist because an organization committed itself for 30 years to the specific and unglamorous work of finding veterans before they died and recording what they said. Without that work, those voices would be gone. Some of the voices in the memorial archive are already gone. The veterans who were interviewed in the 1980s and 90s are now largely dead, and the recordings are all that remains of their specific experience of specific events. The liquidation of the organization that made those recordings doesn't erase the recordings that already exist, but it ends the process of making new ones. At a moment when the last generation of direct witnesses from the Second World War was already at the extreme end of possible availability. The window for this kind of testimony was perhaps 15 years wide, from the loosening of Soviet information control around 1988 to the hardening of the Russian state's relationship with its own history around the early 2000s. Memorial used that window. What was recovered in it is irreplaceable. What wasn't recovered in it is gone. The letter from HK, the letter that ends with Gefallen 9. Juli, fallen 9th of July, is, in the end, the document I keep returning to in thinking about what this chapter has tried to do. It doesn't tell us anything operational. It doesn't give us a unit disposition or a weapons readiness figure or an order of battle. It tells us that someone was thinking about a garden on a hot morning on the steppe before things began. And it tells us that someone else, presumably a comrade, doing the minimum that comrades do, added the date of death in different ink below the last line. The letter was found on his body, which means it was still with him when he died. He hadn't sent it. Maybe he hadn't had the chance. Maybe he was going to finish it. Whatever the reason, the letter came home from the steppe inside a collection of personal effects from a battlefield and ended up in a federal archive in Berlin, and in a box with other letters from other battles where it has been waiting with the patience of paper to be read. I read it. I read a great many of them. What I found, in the aggregate, was not the large story of a decisive battle at a historical turning point. I found the small story, repeated roughly 3.5 million times, of ordinary people moving through incomprehensible events, thinking about gardens, trying to find somebody to put the weight down with. Chapter 16. The Shadow of Kursk, What Armies Learned. In the archives of the United States Army Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, there is a curriculum document from 1947. Its title is something like Lessons of the Eastern Front, Armored Employment at Kursk. The document was authored by a team that included 2 German officers, former Wehrmacht commanders who were by then consulting for the American military, 1 British liaison officer, and no Soviet participants. No Soviet participants in a document analyzing a battle that the Soviet Union had won. The document's conclusions reflect its authorship with almost mathematical precision. It emphasizes German tactical excellence. It analyzes German equipment quality. It discusses the need for improved American anti-tank doctrine in light of German experience. It says almost nothing. Nothing substantial, nothing operational. About Soviet defense in depth, about the mine-laying methodology, about the artillery division structure, and about the simultaneous counteroffensives, about any of the things that actually determined the battle's outcome. The first lesson of Kursk, as taught to the American Army in 1947, was a lesson about the battle Germany had fought, rather than the battle the Soviet Union had won. It was, by almost every measure, the wrong lesson. How the American army came to teach itself the wrong lesson from Kursk is a story about archive access and the politics of military knowledge, rather than about professional incompetence. The US Army, in 1946 and 47, had access to enormous quantities of captured German military records, after-action reports, technical manuals, command diaries, operational analyses, collected systematically during and after the campaign in Europe. These records documented German military thinking, German doctrine, German equipment performance, and German operational conclusions with remarkable thoroughness, because the Wehrmacht bureaucracy generated paper in volumes that made even the American military's documentation look sparse. Soviet records, by contrast, were completely inaccessible. The Soviet Union had not been defeated. Its archives were not available. The American army could read the German account of every battle on the Eastern Front in exhaustive detail. It could read the Soviet account of none of them. The resulting curriculum was inevitably a German filtered account of battles that the Soviets had ultimately won, analyzed for lessons that the losers considered significant. It was accurate as far as it went. It just didn't go very far. The Soviet military, drawing lessons from the same battle from the opposite side of the archive, reached conclusions that were fundamentally different in character and scope. The Soviet General Staff study of the Kursk campaign, completed in 1945 and declassified in the 1990s, treated Citadel primarily as confirmation of what Soviet operational theorists had argued since the 1930s, that defense in depth, combined with preserved operational reserves, could absorb and defeat any armored offensive of finite resources, and that simultaneous counteroffensives on multiple axes could prevent an opponent from stabilizing any new defensive line. These ideas had roots in pre-war Soviet military theory, specifically in the work of Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky, who had developed the mathematical framework for deep operations before being executed in Stalin's purges of 1937. Tukhachevsky had been posthumously rehabilitated in 1963. His mathematics, as applied at Kursk, had been confirmed empirically 16 years after his death, by the battle he never lived to see. The Soviet lessons from Kursk fed directly into the post-war doctrine, codified in the 1944 Field Service Regulations, and carried forward, with modifications, into the Cold War operational planning that formed NATO's worst-case Warsaw Pact invasion scenarios. The Yom Kippur War of October 1973 brought the Kursk lessons to the attention of the American military in a way that the 1947 Fort Leavenworth study had failed to do. When Egyptian forces crossed the Suez Canal on the 6th of October, and Israeli armored counterattacks ran into massed Soviet-supplied anti-tank missile systems, specifically the Saga anti-tank guided missile, deployed in the defensive in-depth formation that Soviet doctrine had been refining since 1943. The results were a shock to Western military establishments that had not fully absorbed what defense in depth, combined with massed anti-armor weapons, actually looked like from the receiving end. Israeli tank losses in the first 3 days of the fighting ran to approximately 400 vehicles. The Israelis were using essentially the armored assault doctrine that the German army had used at Kursk. Concentrated armor driving against a prepared defensive position, expecting firepower superiority to overwhelm the defense at the point of contact. The Egyptian defensive system, which had been designed with Soviet advisors and Soviet doctrine, was essentially a miniaturized version of the Kursk southern defensive belt. The results were correspondingly similar. It took the Israeli army roughly 72 hours of catastrophic loss before adjusting its tactics to the actual threat environment. It then adapted effectively. But the initial shock was real, and it was produced by a failure to draw the correct lessons from a battle fought 30 years earlier. The American military's response to the Yom Kippur shock was, in institutional terms, unusually rapid. General William Dupuy, who became the first commander of the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command in 1973, and initiated a systematic re-examination of Eastern Front battle analysis that the Army had, in effect, been avoiding since 1947. The German officers who had consulted on the 1947 curriculum were re-interviewed. German operational records were re-read, this time with explicit attention to what they said about Soviet tactics rather than what they said about German tactics. The result was a series of doctrinal documents, the active defense concept of 1976, and then the Airland Battle Doctrine, codified in Field Manual 100-5 in 1982, revised in 1986, that incorporated, for the first time in official American doctrine, the operational lessons that the Soviets had demonstrated at Kursk. The emphasis on deep attacks to disrupt enemy second-echelon forces before they could be committed. The importance of initiative and tempo in exploitation. The integration of air power with ground operations at the operational rather than purely tactical level. These were all present in embryonic form in what Zhukov and Vatutin and Konev had done between July and August of 1943. The American Army took approximately 40 years to read them correctly. It fascinates me. And this is the kind of historiographical puzzle that gets into my thinking and won't leave. That the mechanism by which correct Kursk lessons finally entered American doctrine was a proxy war in a different desert on a different continent. The Israelis, fighting on the Sinai Peninsula in 1973 with American-supplied equipment and American-influenced doctrine, were shocked by Soviet-influenced Egyptian defenses drawing on Kursk methodology. The shock prompted American doctrinal revision. The revision produced Airland Battle. Airland Battle shaped the American Army that fought in the Gulf War of 1991, where its operational concepts were applied against an Iraqi military that had been trained, equipped, and doctrinally influenced by the Soviet Union. The Kursk battle's operational lessons thus traveled from the Russian steppe to Suez to Fort Leavenworth to the Iraqi desert in a chain of institutional transmission that took 48 years and required a proxy war to complete. Lesson learning in military institutions moves through peculiar channels and at peculiar speeds. The T-34's production philosophy, simple enough to manufacture in massive quantities, reliable enough to function in extreme conditions without specialized maintenance, with sufficient performance to be competitive if not individually dominant, became, in the post-war period, the benchmark against which Soviet and later Russian armored vehicle design was evaluated. The Panther's philosophy, technically sophisticated, individually superior, expensive to produce and to maintain, with a high premium on trained crews, became the model for Western armored vehicle development. Both philosophies are still visible in the armored vehicle inventories of the major military powers in 2026. The debate about which philosophy produces more strategically effective armored forces, the quality premium or the quantity and reliability premium, has not been resolved. The Kursk data suggests that at production ratios exceeding roughly 3-1 in the cheaper system's favor, quality advantages struggle to compensate for numerical disadvantage. The production ratio between contemporary Western and potential adversary armored vehicle output is a live question in current NATO defense planning, and the people asking it are, whether they know it or not, asking a question that was first posed empirically in the summer of 1943. The most significant doctrinal inheritance of the Battle of Kursk, I would argue, isn't in tank design or in artillery organization. It's in the concept of what a prepared defense can accomplish against a concentrated armored offensive and what it requires to accomplish it. The 8 defensive lines. The mine density calibrated to the specific threat. The artillery positioned for massed fire rather than direct support. The operational reserves withheld until the enemy's main effort was identified. These elements, taken together, constitute a model for the preparation and conduct of the defensive battle that has not been superseded in the 8 decades since the battle was fought. It has been modified by technology, precision munitions, unmanned aerial systems, real-time targeting data, but the structural logic remains. Channel the attack, absorb it, exhaust it, preserve the reserve, counter. The Ukrainian defensive lines in the Zaporizhzhia region in 2023 and 2024, anti-tank ditches, layered mine belts, interlocking gun positions, operational reserves held back from the front line, were built on a doctrinal inheritance that runs directly from the women carrying fence posts to the tree line in May of 1943. They didn't need to know the history. The doctrine carried it. Chapter 17. The Steppe in 2026. What the ground remembers. In the online catalogue of the Kursk Regional Museum, updated as recently as February of 2026, there is a digital entry for a piece of steel from a T-34 hull. The catalogue notation gives it a collection number and a location code and a brief condition report. Then, in the field marked Context of Recovery, it reads, Field approximately 7 kilometers southwest of Prokhorovka Station. Recovered 1997. Crew remains absent. Absent. The word sits in the digital catalogue with a flatness that the curators probably didn't intend as eloquent. The hull plate was there. The tank was there, under 2 feet of steppe topsoil for 54 years, because agricultural ploughing had gradually buried it. The crew was not there. Whoever drove that tank, whoever burned inside it on the 12th of July of 1943, left no remains in or around the vehicle that recovery crews could identify. This happens in burned-out armoured vehicles for reasons that the forensic record documents, but that I won't detail here. It's enough to say the machine survived, in a sense. The people who operated it did not survive in any form that the archive can name. The catalogue entry ends at absent, and that's where it stays. The Prokhorovka Field Museum Reserve covers approximately 6,700 hectares of preserved steppe in Belgorod Oblast. At its center is the Cathedral of Saints Peter and Paul, a white-domed Orthodox church completed in 1995 and expanded in subsequent years with substantial Russian state funding. On the interior walls of the cathedral are inscribed the names of Soviet soldiers killed at Prokhorovka. There are 7,382 of them. The names are real. The deaths were real. The scale of the loss they represent is exactly as staggering as it appears. The cathedral is a genuine monument to genuine sacrifice, and nothing I'm about to say should be read as diminishing that. But the museum complex that surrounds it, which presents the Battle of Prokhorovka to visitors as a decisive Soviet victory in which German armor was destroyed by the hundreds, has never incorporated the archival revisions that Zamolin and others produced, using documents held in the very archives the museum administers. The inflated German loss figures, the mythology that Rotmistrov began constructing on the 14th of July of 1943, remain on the museum's interpretation panels in 2026. The 7,382 names on the cathedral wall are accurate. The numbers on the exhibition panels are not. Both exist in the same building, and the building doesn't notice the contradiction. systematic archaeological survey of the Prokhorovka battlefield, conducted in phases from 2014 onward, has produced findings that complicate the simple geography of the memorial complex. Russian Archaeological Society teams working the site with ground-penetrating radar and careful excavation have recovered, as of their most recent published reports, hull fragments from 68 individual tanks, identifiable by manufacturer's plate or hull serial number. The personal effects of at least 340 individual soldiers. The skeletal remains of 127 individuals, 89 provisionally identified as Soviet, 38 as German. These figures represent what systematic archaeology finds in approximately 5% of the battlefield area surveyed. The extrapolation from 5% to the whole is uncertain, but the implication that significant numbers of human remains are still in the ground under the steppe around Prokhorovka is not in serious dispute. The ground-penetrating radar consistently finds armored vehicle components at depths of between 0.8 and 1.5 meters, consistent with decades of agricultural ploughing, having pushed wreckage downward through the soil profile. The battlefield is being mapped. It is not being exhausted. There is more in it than the survey has yet found. The mines are still there. This is the sentence in the entire documentary that I want you to actually stop on, because it's not a metaphor. Russian Ministry of Defense demining teams operating in Kursk, Belgorod, and Orel oblasts, the three regions that formed the Kursk Salient in 1943, were recovering unexploded ordnance from the battle at a rate of approximately 2,400 items per year as of 2019. Artillery shells, mortar bombs, hand grenades, mines, recovered from agricultural fields, construction sites, riverbanks, and woodlands. Farmers ploughing in the spring in fields that had been ploughed every spring for 8 decades still turned up ordnance at a rate of several times per growing season. And the TMDB wooden anti-tank mines, the mines laid by Soviet sappers in May and June of 1943, specifically because their wooden casings would defeat German magnetic detection equipment, are still, 80 years later, practically undetectable by conventional electromagnetic methods. They haven't degraded into harmlessness. The TNT filler in a wooden-cased mine degrades slowly in the anaerobic conditions of clay soil. The pressure fuse mechanism corrodes, but corrosion doesn't necessarily disable it. A mine designed to be undetectable in 1943 remains undetectable in 2026. The sapper's intention, embedded in the design of the weapon, persists in the soil. In August of 2024, Ukrainian armed forces crossed the international border into Russia's Kursk Oblast. It was the most significant incursion into Russian sovereign territory since the Second World War, and it passed through terrain that, in June of 1943, had been within the Soviet defensive preparation zone, the area where engineering units were laying the minefields and building the defensive lines that we've been describing throughout this series. By March of 2025, Russian forces had retaken most of the Ukrainian-held positions in a rapid advance. The same ground, fought over in opposite directions by different armies, using different equipment 81 years apart. Carnegie Endowment analysts writing in August of 2024 explicitly noted the 1943 parallel. Vladimir Putin's public statements referenced the 1943 battle. Ukrainian military communications referenced their own defensive preparations in terms that drew directly on the Kursk doctrinal inheritance. Both sides reached for 1943 as a frame for 2024. And both sides found something in the frame that fit, because the terrain and the strategic logic hadn't changed as much as the intervening 8 decades of history might suggest. Ukrainian forces conducting breaching operations in Kursk Oblast in August of 2024 reportedly encountered Soviet-era unexploded ordnance from the 1943 battles while moving through fields in the operational area. The mines that Soviet sappers laid to stop German tanks in 1943 were, 81 years later, complicating the movement of Ukrainian armored vehicles crossing in the opposite direction. The weapons of one war became the hazards of the next. The TMDB mine, designed in the context of a conflict that ended before most of the soldiers moving through that ground in 2024 were born, was still doing something like what it was designed to do, refusing to be found, waiting in the dark, in the earth, for whatever came next. There's no analytical frame that makes this entirely comfortable to sit with. I'm not going to pretend there is. The Prokhorovka Museum's inability to display accurate tank loss figures is, in 2026, not simply a historiographical problem. It is a live issue in the relationship between the Russian state and its population's understanding of what happened in the summer of 1943 on ground. That is, in some sectors, within artillery range of an active military conflict. A public that has been told, consistently and officially, so that the Battle of Prokhorovka was a decisive Soviet victory in which hundreds of German tanks were destroyed, has a specific relationship to the notion of fighting over this ground again. It understands the ground as sacred, as proven, as a place where a certain kind of military operation was already tried and already failed. A public that knew the full archival picture, that Prokhorovka was a costly tactical defeat that achieved a strategic result through sacrifice rather than through triumph, would have a more complex, more honest, and arguably more useful relationship to the same ground. The myth is not merely historiographically inconvenient. By shaping how a population understands the cost and character of military operations, it has practical consequences that extend beyond the walls of any museum. The 50 days between the 5th of July and the 23rd of August, 1943, were experienced by roughly 3.5 million people as the sum total of individual days that each of them survived or did not survive. The woman carrying fence posts to the tree line in May. The sapper named Fischer, captured in the dark on the 4th of July. The men in Panzerabteilung 52, sitting with their broken transmissions in the motor pool 2 days before the battle. Vera Semenova in Kursk City, choosing her house with windows over the cellar without them. Semyon Morozov, who spent 48 years hitting the floor at loud noises before he found someone to tell. What connects all of them isn't the operational map, though the map exists. What connects them is the specific summer of 1943, and the specific ground under that summer, and the specific weight of what they were asked to carry on that ground. The weight was distributed unequally, as weight always is. Some of them put it down when the summer ended. Some of them carried it for the rest of their lives. Some of them are still in the ground, under the wheat, in fields that a farmer will plough next spring, and the spring after that, and the spring after that, for as long as the wheat grows there. The steppe doesn't remember, of course. Steppe doesn't do that. But the ground holds what the ground holds. The iron, the fragments, the undetonated ordnance, the traces of 8 defensive lines in the soil chemistry, the slight irregularities in terrain contour that mark where the trenches were. In the archive, the documents hold what the documents hold. The typewritten reports, the handwritten margin notes, the budgetary estimates in blue grease pencil, the letters that were never sent, the casualty figures buried in annexes, the penciled question, Warham, that no one ever answered directly. The historians hold what the historians hold and argue about what they hold and occasionally converge on something that looks like a correction of the record. And somewhere in a digital archive in Paris, roughly 15,000 linear meters of Soviet veteran testimony sits, partially undigitized, in the language of the people who were there, waiting with the patience of paper to be read. The Battle of Kursk is over. It has been over for 82 years. The work of understanding it isn't. It probably won't be for a long time yet.